my God. Hello and welcome to the channel. I'm Patrick. This is the Horror Fish. Welcome and thank you for stopping in on today. Or if you're watching the replay, thanks for watching the replay. Yeah, so we're just gonna dive right in. We're not gonna dilly dally. So let's do this. So what I'm doing today is I'm basically making sure I have all my cards because I used some last night and I thought some cards fell on the floor. But by the end of my using the cards, I forgot to check to see if they fell on the floor because it almost seemed like everything was still there. But then I was like, I'm pretty sure something fell on the floor. So, and I was like, I'm gonna do it this and that. So basically, I'm gonna do the Capricorn and Sagittarius eclipse or whatever retrograde readings today. If I do two a day, I can knock them all out. I really want to finish these because I don't know if I've ever completed a Zodiac upload series. It's like I get halfway in and then then I stop. But it's all from me right now. There's a lot of finishing. Finishing things, I guess, is one of the things that I'm doing right now. I'll start a lot of stuff and then kind of sort of walk away before it's done. If you hadn't noticed on my legacy channel. But anyway, the three cards that were left on the floor are Death, Judgment, and the Two of Pentacles. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I'm going to be doing those, and before I do those, I wanted to come with the moon at the bottom of the deck. I wanted to come live, or not necessarily live. I just wanted to use all of the decks to see if there's anything that wanted to be seen before I go ahead and do those, just to do like clear the energies a little bit, because it's like sometimes there may be something that like I need to see or whatever, and it's like I'd rather get all of that out before I start the video because I don't want like cards flying out all over the place. And then I'm like, oh, this is for me. And I don't edit any of my videos. So, you know, that's why I'm coming live beforehand. Ooh, I love this energy to get it all out of the way. So basically, first I was going to do it this side, that side, but I was like, well, let me make sure I have all my cards in my decks. So I'm going to be doing the thing where I count off the cards, and I'm going to be doing 4 piles. And so it'll be 2020, 2020, or 2020, 2018. 2 of these will be 420s. 2 of these will be 320s. So let's go ahead. Oops, that did not shuffle at all. Luckily, the cards weren't like bent out of shape or anything when I picked them up. So that was really nice. What else? What have I been up to lately? I've been having rest days because I've been so tired because I haven't been able to sleep for much of anything. But last night we went to Domino's. I got a whole bunch of food. I ate all of it. I didn't think I would eat all the food, but I ate all the food. I got quite a bit of sleep last night. And then I got some more sleep. And now I'm feeling like actually energized, which is nice because I mean, I haven't been extremely tired after I get out of the bed, but I don't know. I feel like I actually have energy today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ooh, the Six of Cups. I've been seeing that card a lot lately, especially in this deck. Bottom of the deck is the Ace of Wands. The stack. There's the Ace of Wands. Here's the Six of Cups. I've gotten away from reading the entries on this deck, which is kind of tragic because they're all so unique and beautiful. So basically, I'm doing all of the cards face down, and then I'll flip the last card face up. Oh, wow, I wasn't going to do picks, but I guess I will. So I'll do that at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The second one is this Queen of Pentacles. I've been seeing her a little bit lately too. And the King of Pentacles. Okay. King of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Y'all probably can't even see that clearly. And the Queen of Pentacles at the top of the deck. Okay. I actually saw the King of Pentacles last night. I don't think he actually came out. But he was somewhere. I don't remember. I'll remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Top of the deck is Judgment, number 20. Bottom of the deck is the Two of Pentacles. Okay, well, there's that Two of Pentacles. And here's Judgment. So, hey, I shuffled the deck because they were a full 20 cards apart. So, hey. I had a dream last night. I saw another YouTuber in my dream last night. It's been a minute since I've seen one. And she kind of gave us an assignment, but also there was like a zombie thing going on at the same time. I picked up a Nodachi. I was going in. I wasn't like going in. And then I had some size in the beginning. And then I found that Nodachi and I was like, oh, that's mine. And that's the second time I found a sword in a dream. I guess part of me now is like, I wish it was the sword I found the first time, but a Nodachi is much longer and it's also used different. And oof. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. They are all here now. And of course, we get the Pride card for the last one. And at the bottom of the deck is the Lovers. So this could be an LGBTQ plus relationship, potentially, since we got the Lovers and that Pride card. Or it could be people who have, I guess, more in common than they do apart. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm actually gonna timestamp this. I'm gonna timestamp these because I am actually gonna do the pick a stack things, and I'm gonna pick 3 cards. And who is it? What you want? One moment, please. Things have been so interesting lately. Sinks on top of sinks. I finally talked to Emily. That was such an amazing conversation. So amazing, so good, so good. And so I'm in here. My dreams have been wild. Um, I had a series of really, really, really good dreams the other day, and I was supposed to be like, I was talking to somebody, and they were like, "Is your schedule cleared for like Sunday and Monday?" And I was like, "Yeah." See, but I didn't know that. So I was talking to one person, but in the dream, I was going to this place with my mom, and I was like, "Yeah, I like we're going like, but like, why are you asking me?" Um, and then they were talking about how they were going to try to like get Monday off, and then they were like, "I'll just take Monday, like I'll just take it off." And then after I woke up, I looked at the date. I was like, "Well, what is Sunday anyway?" And Sunday is May 24th, which was my vacation day this year. And then Monday is Memorial Day, so a lot of people, I mean, a lot of people working now are like essential or whatever. So I don't know how that would work. But typically it's a holiday anyway. And it was like my holiday, right? My vacation. And it was just so interesting because like I didn't even know that Sunday was the 24th, but that was yesterday. So the night before last, I had that dream because yesterday I woke up and I was like, well, it's the 20th. And so I was like, well, what's the date on Sunday? And it was the 24th. But anyway, so I'm out here talking about how the Lovers came out with the Pride card, right? And then my mom came back here and she brought me some red milk chocolate or whatever this is. So it's interesting. Some chocolates from a lover, maybe from my mother. But she's like, if you like it, you can keep it. I'm not really eating too much sugar right now, but It tastes like milk chocolate to me. Oh, okay. Real. It tastes like milk chocolate, but it tastes less sweet, which I really like because I'm not eating too much sugar right now. 30% less calories. Okay, yeah. It must have some dark in it. Red Delight. That's interesting because I was just thinking about the Lord Ganesha cards and how Delight was the last card to come out, or one of the last cards I've seen from that deck. And I was thinking about it because I was like, well, I don't really use those two intuitively. I was thinking about how I'm into like reading books now. I hope my hand doesn't get super chocolatey because I'm sorry, but get from spirit. And of course, it came right after I've seen my mom so much today, and she just brought these back here after I'm talking about the lovers. I'm like, okay. But, yeah, that dream was like, it was really nice. And it wasn't awkward or anything like that. And it's like, it's interesting because in the dream, I woke up. Like, I woke up in a dream and I'm just in bed, like slowly waking up. And then there's somebody next to me. And I'm like, where'd you come from? And then they're like, so like, are you still good to go on Sunday or Monday? And I'm like, well, maybe that's like a, I was gonna say maybe that's like a parallel universe. And then on Twitter, apparently NASA is talking about how they've discovered a parallel universe right next to ours where time moves backwards or something like that. So it's gonna be maybe it's a parallel universe where I'm actually still going on that vacation because that's my vacation day. Um, and I woke up like 5 times in that dream next to the same person. And we talked about some different stuff. And a lot of times he was up before me, but after I woke up like 3 times in the same dream, I was expecting him to be there. And then like the fourth time, he was like, "Whoa, what are you doing here?" I'm like, "This is my bed, first of all. What are you doing here? Second of all, oh no." You see that chocolate on my finger? All right, I'll be back. I gotta go wash my hands. I'm not gonna disrespect these cards like that. Okay, so I'm listening to my peaceful meditations playlist, And I just got three more boxes of this chocolate from my mom, and I'm actually really sad right now, and I might cry because she said she got them from my grandpa, and I used to have a really, really, really good relationship with both of my grandparents, um, and in high school when I sort of came out, and here's the pride card. Oh my gosh! And then the chocolates came after the pride card. But after I came out, our relationship kind of took a dive, and it has not been the same since. And honestly, I feel like there are times when I don't even really know how to interact with him anymore. And I don't know. Wow, didn't expect that. But maybe I should try, you know. Oof. Goodness. Well, I don't feel like crying anymore now that I've talked about it. So thank you for watching that if you watched it, I guess, and for energetically being there for me in that moment where I needed someone. Thank you. Um, but yeah, it's something I think about kind of sort of often. Yeah. I mean, not extremely often, but she was like, I got him from your grandpa. And I was like, oh, that makes me feel some type of way. Okay, it's fine. I was like, well, where did he get these? Because these are good. Like, I can get my chocolate fix and they're not extremely sweet, which I like because I eat less sugar now. It just kind of sort of naturally happens. And things that are too sweet, like I can do them in extreme moderation, but like things that are too sweet, I can't really do anymore. Excuse me, like I don't even use syrup on my pancakes anymore. So anyway, I'm gonna timestamp this now. See, see, this is why I did this before I record this video, because then the video ends up being like several hours long, and some of those are messages that may resonate for whatever I'm doing it. But at the same time, like I can already have those out in something like this and make a shorter video. So let me go to my notes app. Whew, yeah, okay, I'm good now. I'm good. I don't feel like crying anymore, which is nice. So actually, bear with me for a second because I'm going to type all of these out. I'm going to put Pride Tarot, Tarot. I'll put, I'm just going to put number one, maybe stack. I'll put stack. Stack one, stack two. So I guess be meditating on while I'm doing this is Pride Tarot. This is that box for the deck. This is pile one. Again, pile one is the Six of Cups. Pile two is the Queen of Pentacles. Pile three is Judgment. And pile four is this Pride card. And this is life, healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and spirit. While I type this, you can be kind of sort of picking a pile. It's not necessarily a pick a pile, but it kind of is a pick a pile. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's going to be like three cards that give a cohesive message or if it'll be like three different messages within that category. I think I may do like three different ones within that category and make them shorter. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how they come out. I mean, that's the only thing you can do because you come up with a plan and then the cards and spirit got you doing something completely different. That's why sometimes I don't even plan. I just go live. I'm like, I don't know what this is going to be about, but we're just going to do it and find out. So this pile, while I'm doing it, so these cards I use for the Venus retrograde. And I use these because, love is kind of sort of an inbuilt focus, even though it's about community, but it's also about community. And Venus is also about worth. And, with the pride cards, it's all about sort of finding a sense of self and sometimes establishing a sense of self worth. I mean, everyone does it, but sometimes establishing a sense of self worth in a world or in a community that sort of deems you as inherently unworthy, right, of a lot of things. Um, Hashtag second class citizens. Hashtag punishable by death in some places, or you can get incarcerated, regardless. So that's why I'm using these with these. For the Jupiter retrograde, I'm using the Wild Unknown Tarot because it's both wild and unknown. And I was like, perfect for Jupiter. Plus, I can get like a little bit more of a story with those sometimes. For the Saturn retrograde, I'm using the Kawaii Tarot because these are the least, like, they're still colorful, but they're the least like busy cards I have. Like, they're the simplest. And so that's why I use these. And then for the Pluto retrograde, of course, I'm using the SKT, Spirit Keepers Tarot. Is that upside down? Yes, it was. I'm using the SKT, Spirit Keepers Tarot, because it's Pluto, and these are like the hardest hitting cards I have. And so basically, I do a top and bottom, and then I pull a card in the middle for from every deck, and then I use the zodiac. I use the major associated with the zodiac, and then I like rebalance the deck around that, and then I pull the top and bottom, and the card behind the zodiac is sort of the middle, and then I just read sort of each story, and that's how I've been doing it. I've already done a major sort of like overall run through of the zodiacs, or not the zodiacs, of the retrogrades, but I took that video down because I didn't like at first, like I was like, oh well, I'm not saying this and I'm not saying that, but I didn't like the beginning of the video, so I'm gonna re-upload the last half. By re-upload, I mean I guess I'm gonna do a screen recording on my iPad as I rewatch it, and then upload the screen recording as a video because I don't know. Like, I know how to edit videos with like back in the day, so that's using what, Windows Media, not Windows Media Player, Windows Movie Maker or whatever, like way back in the day. And I could figure it out. I guess if I downloaded it onto my iPad, I would be able to just like trim it, but I'll figure it out. I'm gonna put it back up there. I mean, they're all retro right now, so anyway, I wanted to do something zodiac-y. And I was like, oh, retrogrades. If they resonate, they resonate. If they don't, they don't. It's fair. Okay. Here I am rambling. I done set my phone down somewhere. I want some more chocolate. But I'm not getting back up to wash my hands again. So Pride Tarot. And then I'll go into the Jupiter. So the Wild Unknown. And also had a really good conversation with my mom yesterday about just like people in general. And then we sort of talked about intuition versus anxiety and fear and stuff like that when it comes to hearing the voice, when it comes to discernment, basically, and how sometimes what we would think is our discernment is actually our fear or worry or our anxiety. Because in the cartoons, they'll show, you'll see the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder. But if you're not if you got some stuff going on the inside, it may be confusing knowing which voice is which. Because especially if it's a situation where your anxiety is already flaring up, if you listen to a lot of times, like the angel in you is going to speak to your highest growth, it's going to speak to your highest self, and it's going to speak to the lightest sort of outcome of the situation, right? And so sometimes that angel on our shoulder is going to push us outside of our comfort zone. But if you're already scared, you're going to be more comfortable listening to the voice that's basically telling you to stay stuck where you are, right? It's like, oh no, like something is off about this person. You can't trust this person. Don't go there because this is going to happen and that's going to happen. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, something in my intuition is telling me that everything is going to go wrong if I go here. So I'm not going to go. And that's my discernment. And it's like, no, that's the devil on your shoulder speaking to you from the space of your fear and worry and anxiety, keeping you from entering the situation that is ultimately going to be for the best of you, your highest growth. And it's also going to bring these other things. But if you don't really question it, you wouldn't know to question it to know that. So now you've missed out on this opportunity that would have set you down the path that you actually want to go down because you wanted to listen to your worry and fear and anxiety and then call that your discernment and call that your intuition. Now you got to do this whole lap around to try to work around this, to try to find some workaround solution because there's something that you were supposed to get there that you didn't end up getting, right? And then they'll be like, "Oh, but I listened to my intuition." It was like, "No, babe, like that wasn't your intuition. Sorry, honey." Like, yeah, your intuition is actually what was pushing you to do this thing in the first place, but then you got scared and you ran away. So, and that's a lot of people, and a lot of different situations. That is extremely non-specific, and I've been there before too. But um, I make sure now that I sort of reevaluate and not question that, because sometimes it can sound like intuition, especially if you're already scared. If you're already scared, it can sound like intuition. Okay, so now I'm gonna listen for a few seconds. I hope you've picked a pile for this first round. I'm gonna breathe. I'm gonna recenter. I'm gonna let all of that go, and then we're gonna get into these piles for the first deck. Okay. All right, and we're off to the races. This is starting at 26:20. Oh my gosh, it's already been half an hour. This is going to be a long video. 26:20. So if you chose this pile, oh, this could be okay. I can wait. I'm gonna wait. I got a little bit of stuff in the back. A little bit. I got a tiny bit of things. A little bit of things in the works. A little bit. And I'm so excited to begin using them, because then like I'm not going to edit anything. But if I record on my laptop, I can pause, right? So let's say I do want to upload a pick a pile, pick a card, pick a whatever. I could pause in between instead of doing this whole like thing in between where it's like you got to wait for me to clear the stuff and blah 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 whatever. It's angles like I'm sorry. So if you chose the 6 of Cups, I'm going to put this up here. I'm going to move these over to the side. I'm going to shuffle these. Actually, yeah, I will. So the card that was at the bottom of the deck initially was the Ace of Wands, and this speaks to something new. And it's interesting that this speaking to something new is coming with the 6 of Cups, which a lot of times is something very nostalgic. I've personally been feeling the 6 of Cups lately as us rewriting our stories, which is rewriting the past, changing how we look at things, and it's elevating ourselves out of victim mentality by looking at the situations that we've been through as lessons learned, taught by hard teachers sometimes. Um, and so at the same time, we're also, in some ways, alleviating the people from their responsibility of teaching us those hard lessons. Um, right. But then we have this Ace of Wands. So either it's going to be necessary for the rewriting. This is also like inner child healing. And another way to say all of what I said before, what I just said, was inner child healing. Going back and rewriting the stories, rewriting the narrative, coming into a space of self authorship. And either us doing that work is going to allow us to pursue a new interest with an increased passion. And I heard fervor, but I think fervor can be a little bit extreme. Um, or it's like we're going to find something back there that we forgot about, and then we're going to want to do that. Okay. So I'll give this 2 more, and I'm just pick 3 cards randomly. I'm gonna show. Well, if I hold it this way, I'll see it. So y'all see this? We're gonna go with this card right here. Oops. Okay, maybe. Oh, that's a 4 cards tried to come out with this 1 card. We'll do this one right here, and then we'll do the new card on the bottom. So now on the bottom is the Star. So this is already giving me vibes of like, you see this moon? Is that a moon? I've read this before. And I believe this is like there's a child and there's like this Filipino dude. I believe it's Filipino. And he basically sells ice cream or something, right? Like a stall vendor type person, but he sells ice cream and then somebody going to get some ice cream. Ice cream is something sweet. We have that moon there. I feel like it almost feels like there's a guide or a person, maybe me with my grandfather, the relationship we used to have, right? But it almost feels like there's a guide or a person in the back. And I got sweets, I got chocolate from my mom, but it came from my grandfather. Ice cream is a sweet, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Just kidding. But it's almost like there's like a guide or a mentor or some type of person. Maybe if there was someone in your past who has passed, now maybe they're sort of like watching over you again. But it's almost like there's someone who knew you then or someone who's been with you since then who sees this light in you that has been nearly extinguished. One second. Oh goodness. I'm sorry. See, if I had my thing, I could just pause it and then you would never even know that this was happening. This is all part of the experience. My mom wants to know if her order came. And so I'm checking really quick to see if anything else is like shipping or whatever. Yeah, that's everything. Arriving by June 3. What's June 5? Is June 5 an eclipse? Is June 5 the full moon in Sagittarius? Something is on June 5. I don't remember. I don't believe it. So there's this presence who has been with you or who knew you then, who has been wanting, who has been wondering, oh snap, and the chariot is right under the star card. So somebody's about to move on their dreams. But there's like someone who knew you then. And now she needs to place another order. Cool, mom. I'm not doing anything right now. It's fine. Send me the links. There's this person who knew you then who's been not perplexed because I feel like they've seen it, but who is missing the light that you used to be and hoping that you find a way to reclaim it. Now, again, this could be an actual person, this could be a spirit guide, this could be an actual person who was with us but who has since transitioned, who is still watching over you. It could be an ancestor, it could be any. I'm kind of sort of feeling more like someone who's passed on by it, but it could be somebody who's still alive. It's general. But it's like now that from this deep dark place, it's like you're reaching for the sky again. You're reaching for the stars again. And oh, that's what I was gonna say to Emily, but I forgot. Because I've been feeling so much as like, we've been wishing for something, we've been manifesting something, and the fulfillment of that manifestation, the seeking of that manifestation has brought trials, tribulations, and challenges into our experience. And it's going to require us navigating through them to reach the fulfillment of that manifestation. And it's like this person is reaching for the sun, but you can't reach the sun from the water. And this is a mermaid. And so, like, it's like if you're reaching for the light, like it gets lighter and lighter and lighter as you ascend to the surface. But if you're going for the sun, eventually you're going to have to sprout wings. And once you sprout those wings, once you then reach or head into that next phase of going for the sun, going for the stars in the sky at night, it's like you're crossing sort of this boundary. And I feel like this water is the emotional depth of everything that you've been through. And that's why we're going back and we're rewriting things. And it's because it's like you've been in the deeps for so long, like you've sprouted a mermaid tail. And it's not that you won't have that tail, Ariel, but it's that you'll have the ability to, when you need to navigate through the water, have your tail. When you need to walk on land, you have your legs. And when you need to soar in the sky, you'll have your wings. But to get that ability, it first requires you to go back and to see things differently. So these may be three completely different things within the realm of that. Again, I don't know how this is going to work out. First card is the moon. They're both full, right? But I feel like this moon speaks to, and again, I'm going to sort of layer my own experiences onto this. But another thing that I've been realizing lately is that as I've been healing and growing and preparing for one thing, like what I've been actually preparing for is completely different than what I thought I was preparing for. And as you grow and heal and evolve and change, it's going to be important for you to then again be able to detect the shifts and the changes in what you're going towards, right? Because it's like you've had these goals, you've had these dreams that have served as guiding posts, but maybe the ones that you had in the past aren't destinations. You're supposed to strive beyond them. It's a space that you've grown out of, right? It's just like, I mean, you can reconnect with your inner child, but just because you're reconnecting with your inner child doesn't mean that you're going to go and try to put on the clothes that you could fit when you were a child. Like, if those clothes don't fit anymore, you can get a style of clothing that is similar or the exact same as those clothes, but you won't probably be able to go and put on those clothes that you wore when you were like 3 or 4 or 5 or even 10, right? Maybe some people can still fit those clothes. But I feel like this moon card, I was just thinking about the moon before I started this. And I can't remember. Oh, I was thinking about how it's like stuff that even if we don't see it, even when the moon is new, we still know that it's there. It's something that can still be felt, right? And it's like, say what you want about if the moon is real or artificial, but what's real is the effect that it has on the planet. What's real is the effect that it has on the water and that it has on the tides and on its ability to push and pull. And then here we see again the water here where someone trying to rise to the surface. And we see this. This is Aquarian and Pisces energy, last two signs in the zodiac, the most connected to the realm beyond the space of the transition folks, right? And it's interesting that Aquarius is here. And because it's like Aquarius is so late in life that you wouldn't necessarily think of it as bold and innovative as it can be. But that Aquarian attitude of like being unique and being different and sticking out is something that you can attribute to some older folks, right? And it's because it's like they live their whole lives trying to be or do whatever else that by the time you reach the end of your life, like you don't even care. You don't care what you look like. You don't care what you sound like. You're not trying to be anybody else. You're just trying to live your life while you still got life, right? But another thing that I'm getting is that like some people may be too far into the darkness to even experience the pull, to either see or give into the things that are pulling at them. And it's because the further down in a body of water you are, the less movement you experience. So even if the moon is pushing and pulling the tides, a lot of that is more surface level, right? That's the surface of the water that comes and moves in waves. That's the Cancer, right? Maybe even Pisces in that in between space where you can still get sort of currents that circulate and do stuff like that. But at the depths in that Scorpio space, at the depths of the ocean at the very bottom, you don't really necessarily get too much movement of water down there, I don't think. And if you do, it's because it may be close to like a volcanic vent or one of those places at the bottom of the ocean where the plates come together and they sort of crack, right? And so then you get this sort of place. How many times am I gonna say place? But you get this place where a lot of that sort of pressure and stuff from under the crust can then come up and vent. And as it's like venting up, then you'll get like sort of movement around that. But that's because it's releasing pressure. But I just feel like it's like someone may be so far deep into whatever darkness they found themselves in that they don't even necessarily too much feel the pull. Hey Mimi, hello, welcome. I'm gonna be on here forever, doing a bunch of generals to clear all the energy out of this deck before I go and record the the Capricorn and Sagittarius, eclipse. I keep saying eclipse, retrograde stuff. Um, but yeah, it's like someone is so far down that they can't. I don't know if they can't feel it or if they're choosing to ignore it. Forever. I mean, I have 4 decks to go through, and I'm going to have 4 piles from each deck, and I'm going to pull 3 cards from each pile. So it's going to be a while. And I want to do all of this without stopping, but we'll see. We'll see. It's the middle of the day. I don't know if I can necessarily be on here for too long. I don't know if anybody else's internet is slowing down, but I'm going to do what it do. So yeah, in this first case, it's like someone is too far down. And I feel like it's like spirit is coming in and trying to lighten your load a little bit, because once you lose enough, because like it's like people are naturally buoyant things. People naturally float, right? A lot of people. And so it's like they're coming and they're trying to remove some baggage so that you just naturally float back up to the surface close enough for your eyes to then open again to see this light and to know it's something that you can reach. The second card is the Six of Wands. 6 of Cups, 6 of Wands, someone who is successfully navigating through it. Again, the Ace of Wands was at the bottom of the deck before. This is like passion on top of fire, on top of desire, on top of motivation, on top of an engine that never quit, on top of everything else. No matter how steep that mountain is, well, it would be a hill, but now it's a whole mountain, but this engine can still do it. Um, but I feel like this is someone who's maybe found victory in the past in the area of like doing inner child healing and doing just like doing deep healing. I'll just say deep healing. It ain't necessarily got to be inner child because some people don't reach that level. And it's so interesting because I was talking about it and then I go on Twitter and I see somebody say, like, don't stop the healing at the leaves, heal at the root so that you don't keep repeating the pattern. And I was like, yes, that's what I've been saying. But this is someone who's experienced victory in the past, and they will continue to experience victory. And so, to continue experiencing that victory, they will continue to do any type of healing that they need to do. And because of that, they become this rocket that can navigate from star to star. And I feel like that one's quite simple. There's not much to say besides like, good job and keep it up. But I feel like I wouldn't have to say that. And then on this side, we have the Ten of Pentacles. And I'm actually kind of sort of feeling this Ten of Pentacles as a little bit of a trapped energy. It doesn't have to be. On the good side of this Ten of Pentacles is someone who was reaching for that. And someone. So the Six of Wands is someone who's already sort of experienced victory in this area before, who knows the sort of freedom and levity, I guess, that this type of work can bring. And so whenever they encounter a difficult situation, or whenever they encounter a sort of rut in life, or whenever they encounter a spot that they don't like being in, they know, okay, if I do a little bit of work or a lot of bit of work, depending on how much work, if I do the work, I can get out of this space, I can get out of this spot, and I'll be good. Now, on the Ten of Pentacles side is someone who may have, because again, the star is here, this is what we're reaching for. But to get to the star, we have to be able to navigate out of the depths of the water, right? Because the star is a mermaid. You can't reach the stars if your ceiling is the water. You'll never, like, you still got all of the sky to get through before you even leave the atmosphere to reach the stars. Like if your ceiling is the water, like, I mean, you can touch the reflection of the stars on the water, but it's like, what is that? I don't know. But so on this other side, we see someone who has this Ten of Pentacles that is sort of pulling them and guiding them through. Um, and so I guess at the same time, it's like on one side, you kind of see, and I'll give a more positive side for the moon because the moon ain't all bad. Man, so I should have said pick one or three in this pile. I forgot to say that. One, two, or three in the pile. Um, And so on the positive side of the other side, it's on the moon side, it's like you may not necessarily know exactly what you're going for, but you know that you're going for something. And that something is enough to motivate you to do all of this. Now on the negative side is someone who's so far deep, so far down, so in the dark that they won't allow themselves to do this kind of sort of work. That's someone who's really, really, really attached to the narrative that they've created for themselves because they need somebody else to be a bad guy. And it's understandable. It's an extremely understandable need, especially for people who have gone through things that are especially traumatic. It is understandable, but at the same time, you continuing to hold on to that is gonna serve as blockages as you live your life, right? It's like you're always gonna be triggered by something. And again, it's not that having that trigger isn't understandable or isn't valid or isn't completely reasonable, especially if you've gone through something extremely traumatic. But if you're always subjected to that trigger, then how much freedom can you actually experience? And I don't necessarily like taking this approach, but it's like if you continue to allow yourself and to allow these triggers to continue to keep you in this space, then that's basically keeping the situation or that person in a space of power over you. Even if you reclaim your personal power, if you're constantly triggered, if you're constantly taken back to that place, into that space, into that moment in time in which this happened to you, that's to continue to allow that person to have power over you, have power over your future, over your success, over your happiness. And what all of this is about is like reclaiming the power of your happiness and putting it in your own hands. Where even if something bad or traumatic happened to you, you don't allow that to then stop you, and you don't allow that to be the water level ceiling of what you can achieve. Like you can go for the actual stars and not just the reflection of the stars that you see in the pool of your misery. Um, so on the bad side of the Ten of Pentacles is again, it's this moon energy. It's like not necessarily feeling that you're worthy of whatever. It's constantly being in a space where you self sabotage. Whenever something too good comes into your experience, you freak out, and it's like you're rising to the surface. It's getting brighter and brighter and brighter. But then it's like you're so, again, with this moon energy, it's like you're so accustomed. It's like just like this person has evolved mermaid legs to live in the depths of whatever they've been put into. It's like you've lost your eyes, you've lost all of your senses besides the one that sort of help you feel in the dark, right? So maybe you can like detect, maybe you're extra sensitive to vibrations in the water and stuff like that. But like, a lot of a lot of deep sea creatures don't have eyes because there's no light for the, like they don't need eyes. There's no light for you to be able to perceive. Like why would you need eyes, right? But it's like someone who's like sort of afraid of that light. And so it's like once you get so high, you dive back down. Once you get so close to this Ten of Pentacles, to this abundance, to this happiness, to this fulfillment in a way that is more material. And sometimes our material sort of space for some people defines their worth maybe more than their emotional space. And so emotionally, they may be accepting of this and accepting of that. But once the material starts to come in, that's when they sort of freak out and panic and they dive back down. Um, again, there's sort of good and light to every situation, and I feel like they're all sort of unique enough that it's not like even though it's kind of sort of like a moon like energy, it's still different because on the moon side, it's like something that you don't even see. This Ten of Pentacles is seen. It's experienced. It's felt. It's experienced. It's experienced more than it's seen, more than it's felt. It's experienced. And once you get experienced too much joy, once you experience too much love, too much peace, too much happiness, you got to come in and self sabotage. You got to ruin it because it's like it's getting too close. But again, all of this stems from rewriting of our past stories, healing our inner children, stuff like that. It's the Six of Cups. And that's the thing about trauma and nostalgia. With nostalgia, we see things, sometimes we see things better than what they were. And with trauma, sometimes we see things as worse than what they were. And when you go in and you recreate the narrative, not only are you sort of shifting the perspective, but it's also bringing a clarity of insight into the situation, or maybe it's seeing it a little bit more fully and a little bit more completely for what it is and for what it was, right? For what it was in the space of what had happened, or for what it was in the space of what had happened to you, what it is in the space of what it is still, how it's still affecting you, and what it will be in the space of how you then interact with your future or how you interact with the now leading into your future and preventing or encouraging whatever is to come, right? And that's the space, or that's the power of the Six of Cups. That's the power of memory, and that's the power of the brain to hold and store memory and to hold and store experiences, is that things can affect us in the past, in the present, and leading into our future. And this Six of Cups is with this star. The star is also healing energy. I forgot about that. The star is also healing energy, and it's going into a space to heal that so that it no longer affects you that much. And that's all pile one. So, oof, well, this may be four different, this might be, see, but if I do four different videos, I won't be able to upload. I'm not, maybe I'll do those tomorrow. Okay, so that was pile one. Now we're in pile two. So if you chose pile two, well, guys, I'm going to say pile two starts at 52:20. I'm just going to keep saying pile two until, I start. So, because I'm already putting the timestamp. So pile two. It's already been 10 seconds. How? I'll say 52:30. I'll just say 52:40. 52:40. Okay, so if you chose pile two, this is the Queen of Cups on the top of the deck. Cups. Oh my gosh. This is the Queen of Pentacles on the top of the deck and the King of Pentacles on the bottom. And I really want some chocolate, but I don't want to get my fingers all chocolatey. LOL, no pile. I mean, you can still choose. You can still pick one, two, three, or four. If you want to pick one of the remaining ones, you don't have to. But if you do, the second pile is the Queen of Pentacles on the top, the King of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. The third pile is Judgment on the top of the deck, with the Two of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. And the fourth pile is this Pride card, Life, Healing, Sunlight, Nature, Serenity, and Spirit, with the Lovers on the bottom, and that's number four. And then within each pile, you'll then pick one, two, or three, because my intention is for like three separate approaches to that one. And then, like, it may all be the same story, but my intention is for them to be different sort of aspects to each. Okay, so actually, since you already picked four and you're here, I'm gonna go ahead and go out of order. I'm gonna do pile number four first, just in case if you gotta go. And that already took me half an hour. So within pile four, you'll then again turn around and like pick one, two, or three. Um, and maybe you can sort of feel one, two, or three once I begin to talk about it. So I'll say this is at 54:24. No, I'll say 54:30. 54:30, because I still need to pick cards. Exactly. I feel like time don't pass this fast until like, because I'm like, unless it literally take me 10 seconds to type, I don't know how 10 seconds pass by so quick. Um, so We have this pride card on top, and I'm actually going to set these over here since they're already completed, and then I'll keep these on the table. Sure, yeah, we'll do it that way. So here's the pride card up top. The first bottom of the deck is the lovers. Now I'm going to pull this card right here. This one right here. I ain't seen it. That's number one. Number two is the top, right under that, whatever that was. And number three, I'm feeling two cards for number three. And it'll be these two. Oof. Don't know how that's going to work. So the lovers is still at the bottom. Okay. So now you'll pick one, two, or three. Again, because that's how I'm doing this. The intention is for them to be separate messages within the realm of this. So a lot of this, there's a lot of choice in Pile 4. There's choice in nearly every aspect of your life. Nearly every aspect of your life, there's choice. I'm feeling the lovers is choice. The lovers can be love, but if the lovers is love, then this is unity and peace and harmony in every aspect of your life. Now, if you're not there yet, then it's about choice in every aspect of your life. And you don't have to be completely zen for that, like being at peace and harmony in every area, but you need to be dedicated enough. Like your space needs to be well kept enough that if a seed from the garden next door ended up in your yard, it would be able to grow, right? And so 3 and 4, that's a 7. Life path number 7. That's me. Okay. But yeah, this is about choice in nearly every aspect of your life. When it comes to life, this is about the life that you choose to lead. When it comes to healing, this is a choice of whether or not to heal those things that are extra deep and painful. When it comes to sunlight, this is the choice to see the brighter side in things or to continue to not continue, is to choose to see the brighter side in a situation or to choose to see the not as bright side or the realistic side for the folks who think that choosing to see the bright side is taking the fool's way out. But for folks who believe in miracles, miraculous things happen. When it comes to nature, that's maybe the choice to pursue this is a nature versus nurture type thing right here, and that's choosing to pursue who you are, choosing to pursue who you are in your truth, or choosing to pursue or choosing to embody and be who you've become because of the situations that have happened to you in your life. When it comes to serenity, that is choosing to approach things from a space of peace and choosing to, even in chaotic and hectic situations, to choose peace, or it's choosing to sort of fall into the comparative, like me versus you type of programming that we're sort of all plugged into to keep the cogs of the machine working and functioning. And when it comes to spirit, ultimately at the end of the day, that's choosing to connect with your internal spiritual crew. That's choosing to align with them, and it's choosing to be directed by them. And honestly, if that's the choice, that if you can make that choice at the spirit level, then I feel like, you can get love. Not that I decide and determine who gets love, but that's when like you can be ready for a truer type of love, because when you're connected to spirit and when you're in alignment with spirit and when you continuously choose that alignment, no matter what direction they kind of sort of take you in, you're going to be in the space. Again, it's like I said, like your ground needs to be so fertile, so right, that a random seed could come in and grow and flourish, because life is random. And if you're connected to spirit, then spirit is going to sort of put you in these positions where you are always fertile, where you are always growing. And because you're always fertile and growing, like I said, like you don't necessarily have to be all healed already, all day, all night, whenever I'm ready. But if you are dedicated enough to sort of following that path, you can be made ready as you go. And then it's just like it flows more effortlessly and fluidly. So you can get it, even if you're not completely ready for it, you can get it early, because the understanding is that you will go through everything along the path to be ready for it. And then that's when you can sort of maybe come together with someone else, and like the someone else could already be your person. But it's like maybe y'all can come together a little early if you're both dedicated to that growth, if you're both dedicated to that healing, if you're both dedicated to the relationship that you have with spirit, which is the relationship that you have with yourself, your higher self, and your crew. That because it's like on the spiritual side of things, everyone is in communication, right? And so, like, if you are tapped in with your spiritual self and your spiritual team, and you are sort of following I don't want to say directives, but if you're following their guidance, and the person that you're with is the same, like y'all don't necessarily have to already be whatever, but if you're both connected to that guidance, you'll both be guided along the way. So it's like you may come together early, but you continue to grow together. Now, you may be the type of person that needs to do a lot of stuff or needs to do a little bit more stuff before that can come in, because it's like they don't want to give it to you before you're ready for it, because then you'll lose it. And then you run the risk of like, oh, that was my one thing and I've lost it. And now I'm spiraling because that was my one thing and I've lost it. That was the question. But that's why it's like, and it's a progression through the rainbow. But it's like if you can be like, if your spirit, like if you choose spirit, you're like naturally, like if you choose purple, you're naturally already choosing everything above purple, right? But it's like, it is what it is. Anyway, there's a lot of choice in every area of your life, and you're being asked to be on point here, on point there, on point everywhere. Now, the first card is, what's this? The Page of Swords. The first card is the Page of Swords. I feel like this is someone who may be closer to the beginning of the journey, because with the Page of Swords, I'm feeling it as like maybe listening to the voice of spirit for the first time. Or it's like it may be more of a space of observing the choices that other people make, but learning from them. It's not just watching the choices that other people make. It may be like a very it's not Gemini, but maybe it is Gemini. I don't know. I don't want to put an energy on it. But it's like, I'm watching what everyone else is doing, what everyone else is choosing. And the people who choose this tend to be more successful in this sector of life. And the people who adopt this mindset tend to be more successful. The people who have this approach tend to be more successful. The people who lean into this more than their default, more than their sort of environment around them, tend to be more successful. So there's this energy of like being able to learn through the experience, through observing other people, but still making that choice within yourself. And so it's not just watching, it's a little bit of emulation, but stuff like this, it's like you can try to emulate it on the surface level, but you're not gonna. I'm gonna eat this chocolate. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't get my hands all chocolatey, but I'm gonna eat it. I'm eating it. I need a little bit. I need the sugar to keep my body running. I told y'all I ain't been sleeping. Oh, that's good. It's not too sweet. I love it. I love it because it's not super sweet, and it's not dark chocolate either. Um, but yeah, this is a space of learning from somebody else. I feel like it's also the space of being in tune with spirit. And the relationship here is almost like spirit is using your environment to highlight things to you. And so it's like you're not necessarily going doing exactly what somebody else is doing, but should I have timestamps inside of timestamps if I'm doing it this way? That's too much. The thought just hit me. I'm sorry. But like, I feel like this is for the people where like seeing is believing. If this is for the people who are more like, I need to see it, like, because I don't just believe it. Maybe this is someone who isn't completely in touch and in tune with their intuition, or who maybe, but who doesn't too much listen to it. This is someone who needs proof. And so it's like spirit is showing you the proof, and you are seeing the proof, and you're choosing these things. Now, I would say like this is a page, right? So you're sort of, when it comes to the court cards, you're sitting at the very base level. And I was gonna say like it may take you a little bit longer to get there because you need everything to be proven. And so let's say that spirit tells you to move in a certain direction, and you don't necessarily have anyone in your environment that can play out what that would look like for you, then you might get stuck. I feel like this page is prone to getting stuck a lot because you need it to be proved. Um, what's too much? This chocolate, oh, it's so good. I'm just playing. The second card is the Seven of Cups. So, in the space of choice, this is someone who's extremely indecisive. But what's interesting is like you see the rainbow in there. I actually saw both of these cards together yesterday. Maybe not together, but I saw the pride card and then I saw the rainbow and the Seven of Cups. But that's what someone with a goal, someone with a vision, and the goal and the vision is fine. I'm gonna eat some more chocolate. I'm gonna eat. I guess I'm gonna eat a piece of. The lovers are here. I actually got my mom brought in the chocolate after I saw the lovers at the bottom of the deck. So for every pile in this card, I'm gonna eat another piece of chocolate. Well, there are two cards here, so that may be two pieces of chocolate at once. It's so good. No, the stamps. Oh, okay. I don't even know what you're talking about with the stamps. My brain is already going. I'm sorry. Oh wait, I think I might know. I don't know. My brain is gone. This is someone who sort of has a dream in mind, and this is an energy of I'll make those choices as long as they align with what I'm already doing. So with this energy, I feel like with this energy, you'll never quite hit the level of spirit because this is someone who needs to be in control. And if this is someone, if you're the type of person who timestamps, oh girl, okay, gotcha. Now, if I was a real professional, maybe I would do that. Or if I was like already editing the video or something like that, then maybe it would like be easier because I'm editing the video. But yeah, no, that's too much. You right. But I feel like this person will never quite like if you're the type of person who needs options, this may be a very, very, very long road. This is like commitment issues energy. Like this is the lovers. Okay, let me stop because I don't want to place judgment on certain types of relationships because I know there are people who are knowingly in multiple partner relationships, polyamorous relationships, polygamous relationships, polyandrous relationships, open relationships. And for those people that works, especially if it works for them, it works for them. But I feel like this is someone who is in a more of a committal space that may have a fear of commitment, who and that's for whatever reason. Or this could be somebody who likes somebody, but the person that they like is in a space of wanting a more open relationship, maybe a polygamous, polyamorous relationship, and they go with it because of that person, but that's not ultimately what they desire. Um, yeah, but with this, it's just that like it's not even. I feel like that's sort of how it plays on the surface level. But what I was initially getting, it's like if you're the person who constantly needs options, maybe it's like you want a way out. Like you want to know, like if you get in this situation, if you need to get out, you have something that you can jump into. And it's more of a like you don't like a feeling of not wanting to be trapped. This is scorpionic energy. But there's a feeling of not wanting to be trapped. And I feel like it's not that our paths are extremely limited, and it's not that there aren't options along the path, but I feel like there are definitely times, it's a possibility that spirit may call you into a situation that is extremely narrow, that will require a lot of you, that may require so much of you that you don't have the time or energy to keep other options open. And since it's like there's going to be a limit to what you can give to whatever this is, and it may be asking for more than what you're willing to give because you want to keep those options open. You don't want, because like, what if it doesn't work out? It's just that, like, what if it doesn't work out? And so if you pick this one, I mean, I feel like it ain't no advice. Maybe see pile one, maybe you got some, maybe there are some things within you that you need to sort of address, right? And if not, it's just honestly, it may just be like, if that's the type of person that you are, if that lifestyle, again, if that lifestyle suits you and suits your partner and partners, then like maybe that's for you to pursue, right? Um, maybe that is your path to be in those types of relationships. Or maybe it's not your path to necessarily be extremely tied down to any one thing, right? Because if that's the space that you feel led in, then I feel like maybe the message for you would be to release the judgment from other people and to know that whatever you're called for is what you're called for, right? Because again, for some people that works. For some people, that's what they like, that's just how they're wired. For other people, it may be a space that they fall into, even if it isn't necessarily how, for them. So that's on you. I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, like I said, a whole bunch of, like, when I was talking about choices and these six different, because there's six different things, six different areas of life, and you need to make choices in every single one. Behind this lovers card is the sun card, which is beautiful, and behind the sun is the reaper. Behind this is the eight of wands. I'm not going to pick up the eight of wands, but you got three majors chilling at the bottom of the deck: the lovers, the sun, and the death card. I think since I looked at it now, I think I am going to go ahead and say that this probably isn't for the people who are actually like polyamorous, polygamous, whatever. I'm going to say this may stem from commitment issues, because with this death card, with his flag being that rainbow, that's transformation in every area of life. And that's why, like, somebody needs these options to be there. They need that way out. They need that escape. And it may be time to sort of change that up. But again, it's however you felt led. I just feel like if you're the type of person that needs options, if you're the type of person that always needs a way out, it may be a little bit more difficult for you to listen to the voice of spirit, because a lot of times spirit may tell you to do one thing. It's like, do this, go about it this way. And you might be in this space for a second, and you're going to need to dedicate yourself to this space, because it's going to be, there's something in this space that you need. With this sign right here, it's like you really need to shine in this space, and you need to bring, and look, there's that rainbow again. There's a rainbow again. But this is like the sun is shining in all these colors. Like, you need to be all of who you are, totally, completely, and honestly, to really get the best out of these situations. And it's like you need to bring your whole self to the table, and you can't bring your whole self if you are always partitioned off so you can have these options. It just won't work. So for the third pile, where I got two cards, okay, well, so first we had the Page of Swords, now we have the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is basically the page that moves. This is the page who is out of the space of watching and waiting, and then we have this World card, which is completion. Which is completion. But with this knight, this is the only Knight of Swords I have ever seen where the horse isn't moving. That horse is like, the Knight of Swords is one of the fastest knights in the deck, but that horse ain't going nowhere. And she just sitting up there like, and I'm like, okay, girl, but like, where you going? Like, where's the movement? You're supposed to be one of the fastest knights in the deck. Like, the Knight of Pentacles is moving faster than you are, and he barely moving. So I feel like for this energy, it's someone who has the knowing, the knowledge, and the awareness that they need to make all of these major transformations, that they need to make these decisions in all of these areas. This is someone. What just popped into my head? To whom much is given, much is required. That's someone who may not necessarily want to fulfill the requirements to get everything that is being given to them. And with this world card, it's like you pretty much know everything that you need to know to proceed. I mean, it's the Knight of Swords. That's the difference between the Page of Swords and the Knight of Swords. It's like the Page of Swords is still learning, it's still gathering information. The Knight of Swords knows everything that they need to know to move. That's why they're one of the fastest knights in the deck, because they already know everything that they need to know. Now, regardless if they know the complete truth, the capital T truth, or if they know a truth and they move on that, kind of sort of doesn't matter. In their mind, whatever they need to know to go, they already know it and they're gone. But this night, again, she's still like she ain't going like that horse ain't going nowhere. You supposed to be one of the fastest knights in the deck. You ain't going nowhere. Like what's going on? And with this world card, it's like I don't know. It's like you already like know everything that you need to know to move, but you're not moving. And maybe it's because it requires more than what you're willing to give it right now. Or maybe it's because you feel that it requires more than what you have to give. But that's not the case. Um, it's just a matter of doing it. It's like this Knight of Swords. I've never felt an indecisive Knight of Swords, but that's what this Knight of Swords is. It's someone who has the knowing, the knowledge, and the awareness, but is not moving. It's not making these decisions. And if it is making these decisions, it's not taking the actions to show that it has made these decisions. It's not following along the path that Spirit has sort of laid out for them. I think I'm actually gonna pull a Wisdom of Lord Ganesha card for these. I love just having these cards to be able to pull. And I'm doing it because it's like I feel like there wasn't. I mean, this is a huge pile to sort of pick. To have the lovers on the bottom of the deck and the pride card at the top that speaks to nearly every aspect of our lives, and not only of our lives, but of our spiritual being, especially once we come down into serenity and spirit. It's like life and healing. Okay, yeah. Sunlight, all right. Sunlight in nature is like sort of your outlook. But once you get into serenity and spirit, that's like towards your core. So this is it's and then to have the lovers there, it's a hard pile to pick. And I don't want to cast judgment on anybody, but I don't know if any at least I don't know if any of the three that I've picked out of the deck have this sort of like nailed down. Um But yeah, it's like one person who needs everything to be proven to them, another person who is more concerned with having their options open and having a way out, and then a person who kind of sort of knows everything that they need to know but isn't moving. So there's one Wisdom of Organization card, one card, and I'll take this one that would benefit all of them. Concentration, number 9. Concentrate. I love that concentration came out when we have like two pages of or two swords, the page in the Knight of Swords with concentration, and then we get the Seven of Cups with concentration. For the Seven of Cups, it's like choose one and be okay with having one. And for the other two, it's like, concentrate on what's in front of you instead of I'll read the entry. I'll read it. Let's see. Like I said, it's a hard pile to pick because it's asking for a lot in a lot of different areas of life. So concentration. Utilize the tools, resources, and skills that are available to you. They all got it available, but who listening? Let me stop. Utilize everything available to you. Ganesha will support you with inspired ways to solve problems. You can benefit from inventive forces if you can maintain your power and work with awareness and focus. Act consciously with the understanding that applied effort will get you what you want. Know what you are doing and why you are doing it. Okay, I'm going to stop there because that was the Gemini energy I was feeling. Especially now where Gemini, I mean, Gemini is the lovers, but Gemini backed by Mercury, backed by the magician is action, right? The lovers is about decisions. The magician is about action. This is about making a choice and going down that path. And that's exactly what I was feeling. I feel like with all of this, that's what it's either swords or options, but no action. It's time to take action, concentrated action, and it's time to listen and act upon what's being given to you. And that's the advice. I mean, I guess I didn't necessarily need the card to say that, but I needed the card to say that. And that applies for every single pile. So I love it, right? Because it's like once you begin to act, then it's like there are some things that you only learn by doing, and you only get better in the doing of it more. You get better with practice. But yeah, that's the advice. Action, but not just any type of action. It's about aligned action. It's about concentrated action. And now I'm gonna eat my piece of chocolate from the last pile. Ooh, that chocolate good. I told my mama she should not have given me all three of them at once. I'll be fine. I can experience some self control. So yeah, that's what I got for pop four. That's a lot. That's a lot. But it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. The space that you're coming into, the level of relationship that you're coming into, but it's like you the best way to develop trust is by doing the things that you're led to do. And like there's a lot of swords energy, and then the one cups energy is the seven of cups, so it's all about sort of options and like not really making a choice and just being lost in the illusions and feelings of, oh, I have all of this. Swords are thought, but like they're also action, right? It's like acting on those thoughts, and the best way to build trust is by acting on what you're being led to, like the direction that you're being led in. That's literally the best way to build trust. um and there were several times, like that's how I really started last summer, when I already had a busy day and we were running around all day, and I knew I should have grabbed my wallet before we left, and then I had to go back and grab my wallet. I was like, what? Something told me to grab that, and we already running around all day. Place is starting to close. We got stuff to do. If I would have grabbed it in the beginning, like I would have been sad. And after that, I was like, okay, for a week, regardless of what my intuition says, regardless of if I end up needing whatever or not, I'm gonna listen to it. If something tells me to grab my umbrella, I'm gonna grab my umbrella. If something tells me to go outside, I'm gonna go outside. Whatever it is, I'm gonna listen. And that was the beginning, because it's like you can get signs, you can get synchronicities, you can get messages all day, but if you never act on it, then it's like, what's the point? And maybe spirit eventually is going to be like, okay, well, what's the point of us continuously giving you these signs for you to not act on? It's time to act. The lovers is about decisions. It's time to get out of analysis paralysis, and it's time to actually do something. And there's a lot of just like, and it may not, like, there may be some of those areas that you're already good in. And if you're already good in those areas, then that's amazing. That's less that you have to deal by, like, you gotta kind of got to do more. It's time to begin acting. I mean, I ain't got to say it like 25 million different ways, even though I already have. It's time to begin. So I'm going to say pile number two starts at, actually, I'm going to do pile number three. It was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the clock. I'm going to say it starts at 123.55. I'll just say 124, shoot, because it's going to be 124 by the time I'm done typing. 124 on the dot almost. So pile three is next. We're going out of order because I control. And the timestamps are down below after this is up anyway. So you can just click wherever you want to go. I might do all of these out of order. So we have judgment. This is all about judgment. And I guess since I'm doing multiple and multiple, like you may pick one, and then if you're watching this or if you decide to watch multiple, maybe you'll get a message in multiple areas. I don't know. Let's see. I'm feeling this card right here. It almost came out with two. I'm feeling this card. I'm going to ask for the last card to come out. This one may only be two, honestly. Judgment is a two. The Two of Pentacles is on the bottom of the deck. I'm just going to do two. And the Eight of Cups is right here. So, yeah, this is a one or two. So, feel free to choose one or two because this is about judgment and a lot of options. Listening, making a smoothie. Okay, gotcha. So, judgment, one or two. Choose your fates. Two of Pentacles. Judgment is two. Bottom of the deck is the Eight of Cups. So when it comes to judgment in this deck, I love because I feel like the message of judgment in this deck is like we don't have to die to experience heaven. We can make heaven right here on earth. We can be inspired and led by the beautiful things in life that bring us nothing but joy and peace and comfort and fertility is the word that popped into my mind, but that's not the word I want. It's like a stability, virility, vitality, stability. No, I just had it, but I lost it. It's like stability, but it's not. It sounds less stuck than stability. But this is about us being led by the good things in life, by pursuing the good things in life, by not putting ourselves down, and by seeing ourselves worthy of those things and making those things happen. Like in this deck, they're fully clothed. They're not naked, rising up out of graves. That's the poet Sappho. Instead of an angel, excuse me. It's about heaven on earth. Like you don't have to die to experience the good things in life, but you do got to live your life right. And with this Eight of Cups, and below this Eight of Cups is the Three of Swords, and then the Fool card is below the Three of Swords. I'm not going to pull it up, but the Fool is there. This is about walking away from the situations that hurt us, walking away from the things that cause us pain. And with this deck in particular, or with this pile in particular, it's like I'm feeling like there are some things that people may have said to you, may have told you, maybe since you were a baby, that you've now integrated into your own story, that you now hold against yourself. When in reality, it's like those are things from somebody who's not even you. So you can like feel free to let those things go whenever. And like there's this energy of you like holding yourself down, holding yourself back, keeping yourself down, using other people's words and thoughts and actions, like using the things that they use against you against yourself. And it's like you're breaking your own heart. You're causing your own heartbreak. You're stabbing your own heart by continuing to try to be all of these things that you're not. Where with this judgment card, it's like if you look at yourself through the eyes of spirit, through the eyes of unconditional love, if you look at yourself in the way that you'll actually be judged, then it's like, what have you really, like, where do you really lack? Where do you really fall? I feel like it's not in a lot of places. And so, with this Eight of Cups, it's time for you to walk away from everything that's sort of been placed upon you, all these burdens that have been put upon your heart, all of these thoughts, negative thoughts about yourself that have been put into your mind by people who aren't like you. And like one of the things about meditation is meditation, it kind of sort of teaches you that you're not your thoughts, and it puts you in a space to be able to analyze your thoughts when they come in. And when you're analyzing your thoughts when they come in, it's like, okay, is this thought even remotely coming from a space and from a place that is me? Or is this purely like environmental? Is this purely outside? Is this purely what somebody said to me when I was 3 years old that I never got over? Right? It's like, where do these thoughts really come from? And so maybe it's time to look at some of those things with a little bit more scrutiny. Whenever you begin to get hard on yourself, whenever you start to feel down, it's like, okay, but where is this really coming from? Like, is this actually genuinely me or is this not? Right? Like, if I'm getting hard on myself, it's probably because, like, I said something to somebody that was a little mean. I could have been a little bit more kind or caring or compassionate. I could have spoke up. I could have did a little bit more. Like that's the stuff that I feel like actually comes from me, because at my core I know that I'm a very caring, kind, compassionate person who loves to do things for people, but I know that people also take advantage of people like that. So sometimes I don't do because I don't want to be taken advantage of. And that's more so in the past than the present, but it is what it is. But if it's something like, oh, like I didn't do this yet, and like I'm this old and I still like I'm in my parents' house right now, and like I still don't have a job yet, and I'm still trying to get my degree. Not trying, I'm still getting it. It's gonna be gotten soon. But a lot of that stuff is like it doesn't actually come from me. Because a lot of that stuff, like they're not expectations that I put upon myself. Right. I've always been the type of person that, like, when I get down on myself, it's because of how I treat somebody else, or it's because of like, honestly, it's a lot of times it's how I treat somebody else, because that's what I pride myself on. That's what I've always based my sense of sort of self worth in. It's like my ability to be caring, kind, compassionate, understanding, my ability to be non judgmental, my ability to like give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes, and just an openness to not always taking everything so personally, and realizing that everyone is their own person, and as their own person everyone is going through stuff all the time, right? It's I pride myself on like how I think, right, and stuff like that. Like that's what I actually pride myself on. I don't really necessarily derive too much self-worth from how I look or how I appear or the accomplishments that I've done. Like a lot of that stuff, like that's external mumbo jumbo garbage that I don't necessarily too much care about. But if I were the type of person, because I've been a big dude like all my life, but well, not all my life, but for most of my life. Um, and so like if I got down on myself because like, oh, everyone calls me fat and no one's ever told me that I'm pretty, like that's just not me. It's never been me. So thankfully, I do appreciate the fact that I've always sort of had this sort of more solid sense of self-worth. And astrologically, I would be like, oh, that's because I'm a Taurus sun, moon, and rising. Sun, moon. I'm a Taurus moon and rising. And so I have a fixed moon in Taurus, which is Venus, which is all about self-worth, in my first house. Like that is my first house, and my moon is in my first house. So I know who I am. I know what I'm about. I know what I value in myself. And it's my first house. So I'm not going to allow other people to put their expectations of who I am. Like, it's not to say that I don't care what people expect of me and I'm not cognizant and aware, but I weight that as much less than like, am I being who I know I want to be? Am I being who I know I am? It's like F what everybody else thinks. Because at the end of the day, like if they ain't paying my bills, giving me no babies, giving me no food, no water, no whatever, then your opinion like is irrelevant. And even if you are paying my bills, even if you are popping out babies, and even if you are feeding me, sorry, but your opinion is also still irrelevant, because I am my own person. And as my own person, I value who I am and my person. I don't too much care about what you expect of me. I'm sorry. Because a lot of times people want things from you that ain't even you. It's like I'm not gonna sacrifice my own happiness to appear whatever on the outside. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. And I feel like it's kind of sort of for you to come into that same space of like knowing who you are. What do you value about you? What do you like about you? What do you want you to be and act and do? Like, how do you want you to navigate through the world? Like screw what everybody else says and thinks. Is it MC Escher? Is MC Escher the one who paint the things with the stairs? Because this is almost giving me them stairs vibes. I'm gonna look it up real quick and I'm gonna see. Hey Siri, Google MC Escher stairs. Oh, if this is MC Escher, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Hey, look at this, y'all. Okay, Relativity by M.C. Escher. Relativity is a lithogram print by the Dutch artist M.C. Escher, first printed in December 1953. The first version of this work was a woodcut made earlier that same year. And y'all want to see what Relativity by artist M.C. Escher look like? It's the stairs. A relativity. Okay. All right, Brain, you own it. Brain is on it. Okay, Brain. Well, y'all see. Hold on, let me see if I can zoom in. Y'all see them stairs? Maybe, maybe not. Now here's this Eight of Cups. Y'all see those stairs right there? This is like, you know what? Don't even walk up that flight of stairs, because as soon as you walk up that flight of stairs, you're playing all these games from everybody else's perspective, and you just trying to go from point A to point B, but you'll never get there because the perspective is always changing. The perspective that really matters is yours. Okay, rant over. So if you pick the first card in this stack, then you have the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords is all about, it's like victory at any cost, victory at all costs. Sometimes it's excessive force, a lot of times it's excessive force. But in this deck, it's told from the perspective of the bullied, right? And so you see the victim finally stand up and say, no more, no more, no more. I'm Eight of Cups and walking away from what y'all think of me. I'm taking up my own sword. And look, this sword I got is more beautiful and brilliant and amazing and powerful than any of those little wimpy swords y'all got down there. And that's why y'all wanted to convince me so hard to be somebody else, because y'all feel threatened when somebody else shine, right? You see the shadows in the back. The shadows are threatened by your light. And so the best way to extinguish a light is to keep it from igniting. So the best way to handle that problem is to keep it from becoming a problem. And they keep you from becoming a problem by putting you down, by discouraging you, by telling you that you ain't never gonna be nothing, and by convincing you to believe it. You never light that torch that is your own internal spark, that is your own internal fire. You never go that far. But now it's time to pick that sword up and let them shadows know, like, hey, I'm done playing them games. I've done played them games for long enough. I'm Eight of Cups and walking away. I'm gonna be who I am regardless. And I'm not like, I'm gonna get everything that I want and desire in this life. And if that threatens you, if you can't stand it, if whatever, then I'm a Five of Swords, cut you out, feel free to walk away. Victory at any cost, and I'm not letting y'all hold me back anymore. Because I see y'all for the shadowy snakes that y'all are. You never had my best interest at heart. Ever. And if, my eyes were open to it, I would have seen it from the very beginning. You only want to encourage me. You only want to be there for me if I'm doing something minor, if I'm playing within the confines of like this little box that you like to put me in so that I don't grow too big, too strong, too powerful. But as soon as I start to feel myself, as soon as I start to come into my own truth a little bit, as soon as you can see that, hey, I'm about to, cash in some of my potential for some physical realness, then you want to like all of a sudden switch sides and be against me. But as long as I'm playing small, then you're for me. If you're only for me when I'm small, you're not for me. And that's the decision, that's the judgment that somebody needs to make. This ain't necessarily my story, but I feel it. I feel it. Because again, I don't too much care what other people think or say. I'm gonna do me regardless, right? I can be my own worst enemy. I don't need nobody else to try to come in and be an enemy. But yeah, it's standing up. It's like, you know what? I've been beat up for long enough. Judgment Day has come, and it's time for a reckoning. And you know what comes after judgment is the world. So take the world by storm. I love that. On this side, oh, we have the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords says to me that this is someone who was lost in this forest, lost in the forest, looking like a zombie. Somebody see you, they get scared. They're like, "Oh, it's a ghost," and you're like, "A ghost? Where? Where is the ghost? I don't see it." Who is this ghost that you're talking about? And the ghost is you, because you've become a shell. You've allowed yourself to be hollowed out by what other people want of you. And you can be one of the most successful people on the planet. But if the success isn't anything that you actually want, if the success comes at the cost of everything that you actually are, you're going to be this hollow, wispy, wraith like figure who may have everything on the inside, who may have everything on the outside, but on the inside, you're void. You're null and void. And you never get rest, you never get peace, you never get sleep because you know that the next day is just going to be more of what you don't like. This, like the nine comes after the eight. This is someone who's begun to walk up the stairs. The nine comes after the eight. They walked up the stairs and then they got lost in that MC Escher painting. And again, the three of swords is behind this eight of swords. And so they've three of swords themselves three times. They three of swords themselves. They allow the people closest to them to three of swords them. And then because they're three of swordsing themselves and allowing other people to three of swords them, it's like the universe at large is coming up with this extra three of swords that's just like, I mean, that's nine swords and one heart. I don't know if they can take that. And unfortunately, this feels like a person who'll just continue to take it. So if you chose this, if this is your story, switch over to the Five of Swords and be like, you know what? Sometimes your own happiness and fulfillment is more important than what other people want of you. And I feel like once you really come into that, not only are the people who aren't for you going to naturally sort of weed themselves out, but I feel like once you come into a space of loving your life, and once you, like I said, vitality, I was like, no, it's not vitality or virility, but like if it is in this case, I was actually going to go looking for the sun. I was like, let me go looking for the sun because whoever this is, they need some sun energy. They need that authenticity. They need to be their own light. But I'm not going to go looking for the sun. I'm just going to tell you to be your own sun. I don't need to go looking around the sun to see what's already there, right? Um, but yeah, and it's like, the people who truly care about you, a lot of times there are people in our lives who do care about us, especially family members. They do care about us, but their way of caring about us is like getting us to do these things where we may be more financially stable. But what they don't necessarily account for is like what will actually make us happy, what actually fulfills us, what brings us joy, what gets us out of bed in the morning, and not, what gets our wallets fatter. And sometimes, especially if you're coming from a space where someone maybe didn't necessarily have a lot when they grew up and they want you to do more, or if they didn't have a lot but things turned around for them and they want you to do more, then it's like they push you even more because it's like there are things that they regret in their own lives that they don't want you to regret. But if they see that, you know, not going after all of that stuff actually makes you happier, then I feel like there's a chance of like winning them over. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, not ultimately, but a lot of times, not a lot, sometimes, at the end of the day, the people that push us that hard, they push us that hard again because they want us to be happy. And if they see us happy, they may be a little bit more willing to overlook the other things. This is already 2 hours. This is gonna be an 8 hour video. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the other ones, this is Venus. Venus is the closest planet to the Earth. Between Venus and Mars, I don't know which one is closer. Pluto is way out there. So Pluto may not get 3 cards for every pile. Saturn is out there and Jupiter are out there. So they may only get the pile themselves and like one message instead of this breakdown. And again, like Venus is supposed to be what we actually live in our own lives. And so we may have to modify this for the sake of time moving forwards. We keep it fluid over here. We listen to spirit, but we try to keep it fluid over here. It's a conversation. It's a back and forth. We both agree. B&B smoothie, bananas and blueberries. Ooh. I don't necessarily like bananas or blueberries, but if it tastes good, it tastes good. I wonder if I would like blueberries more now. At first, I didn't like them because I was like, they don't got no flavor. They ain't got no taste. It's like water. Blueberries kind of sort of taste like LaCroix. LaCroix? Were like where they like barely have any flavor. Pile two. Back to pile two now. King of Pentacles on the bottom, Queen of Pentacles on top. I'm a time stamp this. Stamp this. I'll just say 144.50. And let's get into it. So if you chose 144.50 right there. If you chose pile number two, let's do this. This is actually the last pile. So if you expect me to go in order, surprise. You didn't like them either. Okay. I'm sure if I ate them more, I would. I'm actually gonna give this a few shuffles up. The King of Pentacles was at the bottom of the deck, but I guess I want to give him an opportunity to come out. So I'm gonna do this. I'm actually gonna spread these out on the table. Oh, I love how these spread. That's what the King of Pentacles said to the Queen. I'm sorry. We'll take this one right here. That'll be number 3. This will be number 2. Oh, we're doing 3, 2, 1. A countdown. Blast off. Lift off. Let's go. And then I'll take this one, and then I'll put these back. Okay. Bottom of the deck now is the Magician. This Queen of Pentacles is making stuff happen. And the stuff that she's making happen is going to be stuff that she actually wants. I feel like the Queen of Wands, she's like, she'll go after stuff that she wants, but when she gets it, she might not actually want it anymore. She just wanted to have it, and now she's bored. The Queen of Cups wants things that she thinks will make her feel good, but then they might not have that much substance to them, right? It may be like band-aidy type of things. The Queen of Swords, I don't even know if she want to be happy. She just wants stuff that makes sense. Like I do this, and this will like office supplies. Even though I love office supplies and I love back to school shopping, like new supplies for me. I got a lot of Capricorn in my chart, I guess. I got Saturn strong in my chart, so I actually love office supplies and school supplies and stuff like that. If you're looking to get me a gift, I don't have a tape dispenser. I have a 3-hole punch. I have a stapler. I have a pencil sharpener. I have a little thing for like pencils and pens and scissors, and then I got little cabinets for like push pins and a cabinet for paper clips, and then another cabinet for like binder clips and stuff like that on this little thing. A calendar, I guess. You know, maybe one of those tearaway calendars where you pull it and there's a new quote every day or something like that. Uh, but yeah, I don't have a tape dispenser. So I know I can be like that. But the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles. Now, I guess the shadow side of the Queen of Pentacles could just be a queen who gets a lot of stuff, right? But she's worthy of that stuff. She's worth it. So if she wants 15 Versace, Gucci bags, whatever, then she can get 15 Versace, Gucci bags, whatever, because she's worth it. And she knows she's worth it. She's Capricorn energy. So yeah, she fancy. She looking right. And she wants you to know that everything that she got, honey, she worked for. Okay? She made that happen. It ain't about the King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles is Taurian energy. He just kicking back, relaxing, enjoying a good life. She the Capricorn. She the one actually making stuff happen. And maybe she getting him to make some stuff happen too. Not to say he ain't doing nothing, but she Capricornian energy. She the cardinal in that relationship. She gets stuff done. Anyway, this is about manifesting things that we actually want. This is about things coming to us. You know what? I'll take that back. It's not about manifesting things that we actually want. It's about manifesting things that align with our sense of self-worth. And if your sense of self-worth is busted, then you may manifest some stuff that puts you in busted situations. If your sense of self-worth is lit and popping and cool, then you're going to manifest things that are lit and popping and cool. It's like you're basically building this reality that reflects you to you. How you really feel about you, though. How you really feel about you, right? And not what you say you feel about you. Because you can fool a lot of people But who you can't fool is God, the angels, the ancestors, and the universe, because they tapped in spiritually. And so when they look at you, I'm eating some chocolate because this is the queen of pentacles, and if she wants chocolate, she gonna eat some chocolate. And I just said I got a lot of Capricorn in my chart, so even though I didn't buy this chocolate, I manifested it before I even knew I wanted it. And I manifest chocolate that's not super sweet. So I love that. But the magician in this deck is the Nopales, I think. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I believe it's the Nopales. And they're shape shifters. They can change into animals. They can shift their gender. They're magicians, the shamans, connected to the realm of spirits. And spirit, in its rawest, truest essence, energy doesn't really have a shape or form or gender. Energy can embody a shape and form and gender, but in and of itself isn't a shape or form or gender. It doesn't have a shape or form or gender to it. Now, again, when we talk about gender, when energy sort of needs to do something, it can polarize itself between masculine and feminine energy to get something done, right? And to keep things flowing and moving, but it ain't got to. So let's look at this Queen of Pentacles. I'm actually going to flip all three of these at once. Four of Cups, 10 of Wands, and the Eight of Pentacles. Love it. So on the Four of Cups side, the Eight of Pentacles is Virgo energy. That's interesting. On the Four of Cups side, that's Cancerian energy. We have this opposition here between Cancer and Capricorn. The Four of Cups in this deck speaks to boredom more than anything. It's like, yeah, you're in this situation. I'll show you. The Four of Cups, the image of the Four of Cups is one of my favorites. The message, not so much, but I love this Four of Cups is my favorite card in this deck. Because it's just two dudes chilling. Like, where my dude to chill with? Have some milk and cookies. Like, play some video games, watch some TV, just take it easy. And it's not that I want that all the time, but somebody that you can be locked in with when you self isolate and doing your quarantine thing, and it ain't no drama. It's just two people who love each other just chilling. Even if they're not necessarily engaging in the same activity, it's just enjoying their company, just them being there, right? Even if you're not talking, even if you're not doing whatever, just feeling at peace in their presence. I love that. Where my partner at? Come on now. I'm semi kidding. Like, you can come on and come, but also I'm reaching this space now where even though I can feel it, I'm no longer impatient. Maybe the dreams help. The dreams probably definitely help. But sometimes, like, I would have a dream and then I'd wake up with such strong feelings, and then I would get impatient, and then I would do something rash. Not really, but emotionally, I would do something rash. Mentally, I was doing rash things. But now I'm just like I'm at peace with the anticipation. But with this Four of Cups on this Queen of Pentacles, I'm feeling more of a sense of like boredom, right? Because in the card, it's like, they're together, they're chilling, they're having fun, but they may get bored. And boredom can be something that kills relationships because you got to keep the spark alive, right? You got to do something fun. You don't want somebody to get bored, because if they get bored, then they seek out other forms of excitement, I guess. And then you know what that leads to. But it also speaks to downward spirals. I feel like I love this. I feel like with the Queen of Pentacles being, oh, I love this even more. With the Queen of Pentacles being Capricorn energy, and with this Four of Cups being a Cancerian energy, Cancer, the energy of Cancer is all about the home. It's all about a space of comfort. It's all about things like that, like creature comforts. Kind of sort of like Taurus, but Taurus is more of the stuff in the house. It's like Capricorn is the house itself. It's the building, it's the structure, it's the foundation. Taurus is the stuff in the house. Cancer is that feeling of home. Cancer is the warmth. Cancer is the love. It's the food that you smell cooking that smells so good. And you're like, oh, you done outdid yourself this time. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Now, Taurus will chow down on that food. Taurus will get down with the get down on that food. But Cancer is the love that's the secret ingredient to every single dish, right? But Cancer is it's very comfortable in that. Cancer is like the fourth house is also the comfort zone, and you can't live in the home all the time. Sometimes you got to go outside. Sometimes you need some air, and more than just the air that you get when you open a window. Sometimes you actually have to step outside the home so you don't get cabin fever. And I love that because Capricorn is like the go getter. Capricorn, it goes out and it does everything because again, it's the structure of the house itself. It's like somebody got to pay the bills, right? Capricorn is paying the bills, making sure that the house is still functioning. Like we got electricity, we got water, we got gas for that stove that you cooking on, Cancer. It's like, you can be the home all day long, but we need a house. And Cancer is like, as long as we have each other, as long as we have love in our hearts, home is wherever we go. And Capricorn is like, okay, that's nice, but I'd rather have, food and shelter and a roof over my head. So I'm going to keep working and you keep building that sense of home. Right. But I feel like there's this complacency. And it's important for this Queen of Pentacles to not get complacent because the Queen of Pentacles is constantly striving. She's constantly going beyond. She's going further. It's like you don't plant crops one time and then you're good for the rest of your life. Even if you plant a whole lot of crops, if you plant a lifetime supply worth of food, a lot of times that food isn't going to stay or sit well until your lifetime. It's going to expire before, 10 years. And so you can't, it's like, I don't know, there's a complacency here that you need to do more. You need to push yourself. The magician is backed by mercurial energy, and mercurial energy is always moving. Mercury is so fast it retrograde 3 times a year, at least, right? I think next year we're gonna have air Mercury retrogrades, and I'm excited because these water Mercury retrogrades have not been the best. But also, by the time we hit those retrogrades next year, I may not necessarily want communication to break down either. So anyway, anyway, the magician is about doing, and this four of cups ain't doing nothing. Like what are they doing? What are they doing? They're doing nothing. Where's the progress being made? Capricorn is about work. Capricorn is about work, 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 and work. And you can work from home, but you need to be working from home. We ain't just home if we working from home. We're working from home. And so if you ain't working from home, you need to get out the house. That's what this is saying. This may be for me. I never chose a pile. I forgot. But yeah, this is all about striving to do more and striving to be better and not getting complacent because it's like there's higher that you can reach and higher that you can attain. Then we have this Ten of Wands here. Now, the Ten of Wands to me speaks of people who are in not great situations who continue to manifest not great situations because all they can look at in their situation is the not greatness of it. And so, if you're constantly focusing on the not greatness of your situation, you're going to keep getting the not greatness to strengthen the not greatness of your situation, right? It's like you're trying to, it's like it don't matter what you try to turn crap into. At the end of the day, crap is crap. So, like, you can try to put some perfume on it, you can try to shoot the flies away, but at the end of the day, no matter what you do with that crap, it's still crap. And so, Capricorn, okay, there's two messages for this. Either someone is in this extremely burdensome situation and they continue to manifest more burdens when they're hoping for an escape, but you're focused more on the burdens and, learn how the law of attraction works. Um, or this could be someone who's working too hard. You're working too hard. You're not really taking time to enjoy what it is that you're creating, right? Cancer and Capricorn is an axis, it's a polarity. You need parts of both. And so, like, yes, you can have the nicest house, but enjoy your home sometimes, right? Someone may be overtaxed, overburdened, working too much. It's either or. And I feel like neither space is really great. So, um, if you're in the situation where you can't see the light, find the light, be the light, even if you got to create the light. I don't know why I'm going on about if the moon is real or fake, but even if the moon is fake, right? Because we got the moon up there, we got a light at night. So even if you got to make a moon, then make a moon and put it up there because you need something. um, and is that the moon and the magician? I think it is. The King of Pentacles is right under this magician, by the way. No, that might just be daytime. That ain't the moon. No, it's just daytime. There's that King of Pennies. The King of Pennies is right under this magician. So hey, maybe this King of Pentacles is making some stuff happen too. And then the Six of Swords is under this King of Pentacles. So maybe this King of Pentacles is on his way to lighten up the load a little bit for you, Ten of Wandsers. But even if you lighten up the load for a Ten of Wands, or if whatever they're Ten of Wandsing, or if the reason why they're Ten of Wandsing is because it's like there was like a fear of commitment somewhere. This is like a lack mentality where like this is someone who's like working. And they're like, well, something could happen and I could lose all my money, or something could, like, anything could happen at any time. So you never really have enough money saved because you never know what's going to happen. And it's like that it's true no matter how hard you work. So you can keep working this hard and still be like, you can still lose more than what you have. So like that line of thinking works both ways. So you can take a break. You can chill the F out a little bit, calm the F down a little bit, and sit the F back and just like kick your feet up and relax and enjoy things, right? Because I feel like with that King of Pentacles energy backing this magician, it's fixed. And so it's interesting because no, we have two mutable energies: Sagittarius with the Ten of Wands and Virgo with the Eight of Pentacles, and then two cardinal energies with the Queen is there for everybody. So the Four of Cups would be cardinal water, which is Cancer. And so Sagittarius has a star energy because it's the grounded archer. It stands on the ground, but it shoots for the stars. But Sagittarius also has four legs. So that's really grounded. A two-legged archer has a better chance at reaching the stars than a four-legged archer because you're more grounded in what already is, regardless of what you're shooting for, regardless of what you're aiming for. If you are that grounded in what is already your experience, if that's what you're focusing on, even when you're working to get out of that experience. And that's why some people have that sort of mentality. It's like, even though they've elevated themselves out of their past situations, it's like mentally they're still there. So they're still working, like they're trying to get out of that space. And it's like, if you would slow down enough, you would realize and recognize that you are not where you were. And to really cement that, you need to take a step back and you need to appreciate the things that you already have. You don't have to continue to work that hard. You don't have to continue to, because it's like, you can overtax your system. And if your body is overtaxed, not only will you not be able to work, which may be the end of the world for you, but it's like, you'll just be like, your body will be overtaxed and you'll be like, not great. And then we have the Eight of Pentacles. Now, the Eight of Pentacles, I feel like it's the only earth energy on the table. We have both the King and the Queen of Pentacles. The Magician is every suit. We actually have every suit except for air on the table. So I'm just going to look and see what the first air card in this pile is. Six of Swords. It's right there. I literally just talked about it. That's about movement. I don't know where the Six of Swords goes, but it's about movement. We got manifestation and we got movement. But with this Virgo energy, it's interesting because we have the feminine side of Mercury right here, where the Magician is up there. This Virgonian energy is all about staying the path. It's very logical, and it's extremely practical and very analytical. More analytical than logical. It's very analytical and practical. And I feel like this is a beautiful energy to sort of be working with the king and the queen, right? Because we already got cardinal and fixed, so here's a little bit of mutability. But this is about staying the path. And in this deck, even though she's creating, like she's painting and drawing these, like those pennies ain't even real pennies. But she's doing it diligently enough. I say, like to the fool who believes in miracles, miraculous things happen. And so it's like she's drawing up all these pinnacles, wishing on that North Star, which is Venus, I guess, to the fairy of the North Star. I don't remember where the fairy from Pinocchio came from, but she's wishing to that Pinocchio fairy to get all of these paper pinnacles to turn into real pinnacles so she can get out of the situation. And she's the closest to actually getting out of it because she's like putting in the work, but she's not putting in so much work with that Ten of Wands where it's like it's burning her out, or if it's like, because I feel like with the Ten of Wands, there's more of an escapist energy than anything, right? Like that's a Sagittarian who's trying to escape the whoever is coming to catch that horse, right? The Eight of Wands is the free Sagittarius that's just doing his horse thing. The Nine of Wands is that curious Sagittarius who get a little bit too close to the camp. And the Ten of Wands is that Sagittarius who's running from the people who was in the camp who see the Sagittarius and they're like, oh, we can put that in the zoo, right? But this Eight of Pentacles is all about knowing that that your labor will bear fruit and believing that. And with this magician, it's about making it happen. I feel like this is also speaking to a space of preparation. This is the queen before the queen is the queen, even though the nine is typically the queen. This is the queen before she's the nine that becomes the queen. This is someone who knows that what they're doing and what they're preparing for now will lead to something. And so even if these pinnacles aren't real, even if they're not real, they know that they will be made real. And here's another star energy. Here's another star. What is Virgo? The Virgin, maybe related to the Vestals, related to Vesta, the hearth in the home. So you have the hearth over here, and then you got the home over here, and then over here you have the parent that's never home because they're always working. So, yeah. But anyway, I feel like with the Eight of Pentacles, it's all about keeping the faith and operating in the space. There's a knowing of the space that you're in with this Eight of Pentacles, and that's why she can work so diligently on something that isn't even a real pinnacle because she knows it will be made real. Okay, man, it's been 2 hours and I still got three more decks to go. I could take a break and I could stop, or I could keep going. Something in me is saying keep going. So I'm probably not going to actually record the Jupiter, and I'm not going to record the Sagittarius and Capricorn probably today. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these decks out of the rotation. I could just take these decks out of the rotation and stop here. What card is that? Ooh, that King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles just flipped over. This is the Eight of Pentacles coming in for that Queen. So if you Eight of Pentacles in it, when that fairy grants your wish may come attached to a person. And then there's that Six of Wands with the Seven of Swords at the pen. Potentially. And again, but it's not for you to be completely overly reliant on that person or whatever. But, you know, it is the case that if you're manifesting abundance and a lover, You may manifest an abundant lover. You may be manifesting a sort of 2 for 1, potentially. But again, I feel like, with that 8 of Pentacles, it's like you've proven yourself already as someone who can contribute even more if you do manifest an abundant lover. You've proven yourself as someone who is skilled, knowledgeable, and who can contribute to furthering or at least maintaining that abundance rather than just being someone who lives off of it. You know what I mean? Potentially. I might put myself on the space of that. Come on, lover with the money. Shoot. I'm not all about the money. I'm also about love. But, if you can get both, why not? I'm just playing. I mean, I'm not. But I'm also prepared to live the life that I will live with and for the people that I love. So, regardless, I'll be all that I need to be and more. I have it all within me. Okay. These are shuffled up. Bottom of the deck is that Six of Swords, sailing onto calmer waters, with the Emperor at the top of the deck. So, hey, you may be manifesting somebody who can just whisk you away from your situation. Maybe. I mean, and the message came out twice back to back, so I wouldn't be mad. But I have all the cards here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna take these out of the rotation. I might do one more deck, and then I'll leave it at the last two. Um, so Miyoshi, since you are the only person in here, if you so I guess care or choose, I mean, if you don't have a preference, that's fine. I'm gonna give you until I find this box and put these away. I'm gonna actually go to the bathroom real quick because I drank quite a bit of water, and I'm gonna eat another piece of chocolate before I go to the restroom because I'm gonna wash my hands anyway, so might as well. Mm. Oh, I still got 5 squares of this chocolate left. There's so much. Shout out to my granddad. I'm gonna have to hit him up. It's time to work on that relationship. I used to be so close to him. It's kind of tragic. Here go my emotions again. Oh my gosh, is the moon in Pisces right now? No, it's in Taurus. The moon might be conjuncting my moon, actually. Maybe that's why I'm so emotional. Do Taurus moons make me cry now? I want to see where the moon is real quick. So I have the Wild Unknown Tarot for that I'm using as the Jupiter retrograde. I have the Kawaii Tarot that I'm using in the space of the Saturn retrograde. And then I have the Spirit Keepers Tarot, which I'm using in the space of the Pluto retrograde. For the Pride Tarot, these are the Venus retrograde cards. And I feel like a lot of these were kind of sort of more related to our sense of self worth and, in a way, or maybe not if you don't feel. But yeah, so you can pick which one you want. Yeah. What you say about smoothie? You're shivering from the smoothie. Ooh, get the brain freeze. So yeah, I'll let you pick the Kawaii Tarot, the Spirit Keepers Tarot, or the Wild Unknown Tarot, or you can do like Pluto focus, Jupiter focus, or Saturn focus. And again, these messages may or may not be related to the actual retrogrades, but these are the cards I'm using for them, and so I want to clear it all out before I go back in and do um, Capricorn and Sagittarius, especially since I used some of these cards last night. So if you have a preference, go ahead and put it up there. I'm gonna go to the restroom and I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute this. Can y'all hear Chino barking? To send a glow while still on his youth, though honey it may seem impossible. That's the gospel truth. On Mount Olympus. I don't know why that song from Hercules just popped into my head when I was coming back. So we're gonna be using the Kawaii Tarots. Kawaii! このデッキがとても可愛いね。このデッキは僕の一番可愛いデッキ。一番。一番。一番可愛いデッキ。It's my number one cute deck, or it's my cutest deck. I took a little bit of Japanese in college. I went up to 301. 201 or 10. It was pretty easy until like 301. And then in 301, it was like, whew. Because that's when we started talking about everything. I'm just like, oh, goodness. このチョコレートが食べる間、数を読みます。I'll read these cards while I'm eating chocolate, is what I just tried to say. While I'm eating this chocolate, このチョコレートが食べる間、書いてるが、書いてるを読みます。読みます。All right. Ooh. All right, Big Daddy Saturn. See, Big Daddy Saturn, he nice if you nice. He give you what you it's like a mirror. That's karma, right? It's like a mirror. You get in what you put out. So I'm trying to put in good before he come and return my chart. I'm getting Saturn return ready. My Saturn is in Aquarius. So, hey. Do this one more. Okay. So basically, I'm counting to make sure I have all my cards because I found 3 cards on the flow. And in this deck, I was missing a card and I didn't even know in the Wild Unknown because it was with the animals. And it was the 7 of Wands. I remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. First card is the 5 of Swords. So Daddy Saturn is bringing the karma. 4 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, but the 5 of Swords at the top. And this is pile 1. I'm going to go ahead and timestamp this. I'll just say 2/18/30 for the Kawaii Tarot. 4/18/30, 2/18/30. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. No, second pile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oops. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ooh, we got the 4 of Swords. And so we're calming down with the Death card at the bottom of the deck. Why is this Death in reverse? Do I have reversals in here? I shouldn't have reversals in here. This used to be an all upright deck, but it might have reversals. The 4 of Swords and Death in reverse for the second pile. Saturn is bringing all the swords. Oh my gosh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The 2 of Wands with the Hangman at the bottom of the deck. So that is about crossroads and indecision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All 78 cards are present and accounted for. With the Knight of Swords, more swords, and the Ace of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so for the Kawaii Tarot, which again I'm using for the Saturn retrograde, there are 4 piles. There are 3 piles of 20 and 1 pile of 18 for a complete tarot deck of 78 cards, 22 majors, and 56 minors. I believe that was some quick math. um, so yeah, there's 4 piles. I'm gonna do 3 on 3. I'm gonna do the 3 different things again, and if this is 4 hours, this is 4 hours, and then I'll save the Wild Unknown and the Spirit Keeper's Tarot for tomorrow, or for later tonight, whenever I feel like going live. And then I'm just gonna pull these out of the rotation until I finish um, the retrograde videos. So 4 piles. The first pile again is the 5 of Swords on top with the 4 of Wands on the bottom. The second pile is the 4 of Swords up top with the Death card in reverse on the bottom, even though that may be the only card in this deck that is reversed. The third pile is the 2 of Wands up top with the Hangman at the bottom. Peace, bruh. And then the last pile, the fourth pile, is the Knight of Swords at the top with the Ace of Wands at the bottom. So I will give you a second as I take a second to breathe, to decide which pile you want. And then I'll see how I feel when I do them, because the Judgment pile only had 2 cards, but I'm doing number 3 too. I'm doing 3 on 3. Oof, why am I doing number 3? I got the Hangman. I guess I claim to love the Hangman, so let me not rag on the Hangman. So, yeah. Give me a second. It said we good. It said we good to go. It said we ready. Okay. I'm not gonna do these in order. I'm gonna do 2, 3, 4, 1. Hold on, wait. Yeah. Or actually, I'm gonna do 4, 1, 2, 3. Or is it 1, 4, 3, 2? There's some variation of 1, 2, 3, and 4 that I've been seeing a lot lately. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 1. No, 2, 3, 4, 1. I think 2, 3, 4, 1 is what I've been seeing, because I was like, if I move the 1 to the beginning, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay. Is that what I said at first? Anyway, don't matter. I'm going to be starting with pile number 2. Now the 4 of Swords is on the side. So we're going to be starting with pile number 2. What to do, pile number 2? Come through, pile number 2. What to do, pile number 2? 2, 2, 2. I'm going to say 224, 30. These timestamps are approximates because that's as good as I feel like giving. So this is in the area of 4 of Swords. Again, initially at the bottom of the deck is the Death card in reverse. I'm going to flip it upright because I'll keep it in reverse. I'll give this a few little mixes, and then we'll see. I'm not looking at these. There you go. Now you can see that I can't see them because, let's go with this one. This one. Oh, I kind of want to do 2 again, but I'm not. And this one. Oh, it's up, so I'll pull it. So pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. At the bottom of the deck now is the Queen of Pentacles. We just saw her. Queen of Pennies at the bottom of the deck with the 4 of Swords up right now. The 4 of Swords can speak to a moment of recuperation, especially after a 3 of Swords heartbreak or a 3 of Swords difficult situation. This is the brass. Now the Five of Swords is a battle. So this is like supercharged. Supercharged. I said 3 on 3. So we have 1, 2, or 3, and the power of in the power. The power of 3 will set us free. Is that it? And the suit of 3 with the Queen of Pentacles left at the top of the deck. So I feel like honestly, with this recuperation and with this Queen of Pentacles, I feel like this is us just comfortably sitting in the seat of our worth. Um, or it's being complacent. Now, either you're complacent in a good way. This is the second pile. What am I talking about? This ain't the third pile. Now, either this is complacent in a good way because, like, you have a good sense of self worth, or your sense of self worth aligns nicely with the truth of who you are. I'll say, yeah, that's it. But like, if it's a bad sense of self worth or a not great sense of self worth, it's also sort of being stuck in that. This is about being still in the self. And I kind of sort of love that energy. I'm kind of loving this energy. At first, I was like, "Ooh, with this Four of Swords, what's that about?" But it's a moment of recuperation. Maybe you've come out of some difficult situations that have tested your sense of self worth, and maybe your sense of self worth has improved because of said difficult situations. And now you were like sitting, kicking back on your throne, maybe on a sandy beach. I'm getting sandy beach vibes. You have a beach towel if you want a beach towel. If you don't want a beach towel, you're just on the beach. Maybe sitting in a beach chair with your drink of choice right there. And I'm hearing seagulls. The waves are coming in nice and slow. Sounds very rhythmic and soothing. And there's not too many people on the beach. Now, if you want a whole bunch of people and laughter and stuff on the beach, then put that on your beach. But on my beach, and I don't even necessarily like beaches, but I'm enjoying this. It's just sitting there chilling. There's some seagulls, but not too many. And yeah, it's interesting though, because maybe this is just my beach, even though I didn't pick this pile. Maybe it's just my beach, but there's an element of waiting or an element of anticipation. And it feels like a storm is coming in, but it's not a storm. But it's like the calm before the storm, but the storm that's coming in isn't like destructive. It's like cloudy with a chance of meatballs, where it's not food, but what's raining down is something that will sustain you. And I feel like it's a lot. It's more than you can reasonably expect to consume. And I'm not going to get all the way into where this is taking me, but these are the vibes I'm kind of sort of getting. When is a storm not a storm? When it's a jar. I'm sorry. Oh, Four of Swords, Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles is the first card coming out. And this, again, this is the deck I'm using for the Saturn retrograde. And Saturn is all about karma. It's about time. It rules time. It's about hard lessons, but lessons that were ultimately better in the knowing of. And so this is kind of sort of to me saying that, hey, like things may have been tight for a while, but like I said, it's like, if you have a fairly good sense of self-worth, regardless of what your sense of self-worth is, I feel like, oh wow, I guess I'll say it. And I don't know if this applies to everybody or if this will apply to anyone who picks this pile. But it's almost like Saturn is sort of fixing us in whatever that was. That makes sense. Saturn is going retrograde, time is standing still. Even though like retrograde is more like time would be reversing, but it's like time is standing still. So whatever state we were in when Saturn went retrograde, it's like it took a snapshot of it. It took a picture and it's posting that picture out. It's like there's, ooh, okay. This isn't a boardroom vibe, but it's something similar. It's like there's this board with all of these pictures, And again, it took the picture before it went retrograde because time is standing still, at least in the realm of Saturn, time is standing still. And so it's like there's this board, it's like a community board. And Saturn took these pictures of us and it has us up on these boards. And it's like these people, these experiences are coming up to the board and they're sort of like looking at the different pictures and they're determining and deciding where they want to go. And so that's why the queen is on the beach, just like waiting for the incoming storm, even though the storm isn't necessarily a storm, right? And so on this side, it's almost feeling like, with this Four of Pentacles, it's almost like, things have been tight, but give it a second and then things will get right. And again, it's almost like could be the case that you kind of sort of get more than what you know to do with. And it's like I'm seeing these as like Four Pentacles or four seeds that used to be smaller, but they kind of grew beyond what you thought they would grow, and so that's why now they're all overlapping and there's no space. It's like more than what you expected, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I didn't plan for this much abundance. Like, what do I do with all this? You get back, be a queen of pentacles, be charitable, compassionate, kind, giving, stuff like that. Find something that a cause that you like, and maybe a charity, or maybe create something, maybe a scholarship fund for other people, maybe help your family out. I don't know. But I'm actually loving the Four of Pentacles here because it's very grounded and solid within oneself. And this is Capricornian energy. This is double Capricornian energy. We just, no, that was the Four of Cups. I was like, we just saw this. No, this is double Capricornian energy. And this is almost like a set it and forget it. Um, it's like, again, it's like you've already planted the seeds and they're growing beyond what you thought they would. And so there's almost this space of like a business that sort of works itself. I'm surprised. Like, there's a very like magician-y Empress type of feeling behind this. More of the Empress than the Magician. There's an Empress energy behind this. The second card is the Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands again in the middle again with this Queen of Pentacles. I don't know. It's like Saturn took that snapshot. I feel like this speaks to the people, to the person. This speaks to the person who, since Saturn is karma, this speaks to the person who had a lot of stuff to clear. It's like you had a lot of stuff to clear before. Saturn took that snapshot when it went retrograde. Time is going to be still for a second. It's going to be going back and entering a conjunction with Jupiter and Pluto. Maybe. I know it's going to be conjuncting. I think we are going to get another Saturn Jupiter conjunction and another Saturn Pluto conjunction at the same time. Um, I don't think it's gonna like. I think it's gonna be loose. I don't think Saturn is gonna directly conjunct Pluto, but it might. I think Jupiter will definitely directly conjunct Pluto, and then when it goes direct, it may conjunct Pluto again. I can't remember, but I guess I will say there's almost this vibe of like I feel like this may be one of the harder of the paths, honestly, Loki. The storm coming in here, this may be the energy of like, this isn't necessarily the queen just chilling on the beach waiting for the storm to roll in. I feel like this is more the energy of somebody like trying to prevent the storm from like, I feel like there's a lot of things brewing all over the place and someone's doing their best to almost sort of damage control or to brace themselves in impact for the storm. I feel like in this period of time, you may be getting the opportunity to clear up more karma. And it's almost like if you clear it up in this space of time, you may not see necessarily immediate results, But if you clear it up in this space, I mean, it's better to clear it now than to not, right? But you may be manifesting all these opportunities to clear some sort of thing. So this may actually be a little bit more restless. Um, so this may be the energy of someone working towards that Four of Pentacles state. Four of Pentacles. This is somebody working towards the Four of Swords piece, where there may be a lot of situations that have cooled down, but it's like coming by for you to put the nail in the coffin. It's like, okay, let's put this to bed. Let's squash the beef. Let's do this. So we don't got to keep going through this. And then it's like once things resume, then all of the rewards will then sort of come in, right? And then last, with three in these two cards, oh my gosh, we have a 10 and an 11. Justice and the 10 of Cups. I love this. We have another 10. I feel like that deserves another piece of chocolate, even though I literally just ate a piece. I'm gonna have eaten this whole thing by the end of the video. It's fine. Justice and the 10 of Cups, 10 and 11. I love it. You know how Saturn took that snapshot? How I keep getting little pieces of chocolate just falling? You know how Saturn took that snapshot? It's like somebody banged the gavel right before Saturn went retrograde. Right before Saturn went retrograde, somebody banged the gavel, and now they have this 10 of Cups lined up. And it's happening, it's coming in this space. This is fulfillment. This is ultimate fulfillment. Can I pick 2, 3 instead of 3, 3? 23. Hey, there we go. But yeah, this is like ultimate fulfillment. And then you have justice. I feel like see, the difference between this 10 of Cups and the Four of Pentacles fulfillment is that I feel like this is someone who may have been like wronged in the past. This could be the space, maybe it's almost feeling like someone who did a lot of healing and a lot of work before this happened. And so it's like someone was making leaps and bounds before Saturn took that snapshot. And now it's like everything is like really coming in. You may be getting apologies from people that wronged you in the past out of the blue. Maybe. And some of the people that you may be getting apologies from might be these 10 of Wands people. Maybe. Because it's like they're trying to clean up some stuff. But with this Four of Swords, I ultimately feel like within this space of time, it almost feels like not too much progress is going to be made. It's like whatever space you entered this retrograde in is going to be what you find coming in, right? Because Saturn is time. Time is still. So it's like everything that's happening now is in between the moment. It's already queued up, and now it's going to begin playing out. It's like with that Queen of Pentacles. Hopefully, you were planting good seeds. Maybe the Queen of Pentacles is just like the seeds have already been planted. And maybe some of this stuff started coming in Taurus season. Regardless of if you know it or not, if this involves somebody else, if this involves anything outside of you, it's like it really started to sprout in Taurus season. And now it may be about to start coming in. Because with the planting of the seeds, it's like, the seeds have already been planted, but they still need to grow underground. They still need to sprout. And then once they sprout, you can see them when they sprout, but it's like they grow some more. And it's like with that Taurus energy, it's all about the period of growth. And then Virgonian energy, Virgo, would be the season of reaping, of the harvest. But it's like you're about to really start to see this stuff grow. It's about to grow. Okay. That's pile number two. Seeds growing. Pile number two. Hopefully you're playing the good ones. And then I said three. Pile three was this one. Two, three, four, one. Ooh, excuse me. For this one, will I shuffle? Yeah, I'll shuffle. I want some jumpies. Ooh, six of swords and the hangman at the cut. Okay. Oh, see, that's why I don't shuffle like that. That's why I don't do that. Because then the whole deck will try to come out. Okay. I'll leave these two in the deck. I will note these. This is the first card. So if you chose pile number three, go ahead and choose your one out of three. The Empress and the Devil came out. I'm gonna stop trying to like. That's why I don't like shuffling this way because then too many cards come out. But maybe I'll keep going. See, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not taking this either. I'm not taking this. This ain't me. Now the Knight of Pentacles. Well, it's only one card. I could have took it. The Knight of Pentacles flipped over. Okay. Yeah, I ain't doing this no more. Okay. I'll just choose. We'll do two. Then I'll pull from the bottom. Then I'll do three and pull from the top. Okay. So bottom of the deck is Judgment. Judgment was on pile three last time. Judgment was up top. The bottom was the two of Pentacles. Now the two of Wands is here with Judgment at the bottom of the deck. This is interesting. So wait, I did pile two last time, and the Queen of Pentacles was on pile two, and then the Queen of Pentacles came out at the bottom of the deck for pile two. So far, I think there's a little bit of a link between. It would appear that there's some kind of link between Jupiter and Saturn right now. Jupiter between Venus and Saturn right now. And when I record the video for these last ones, I'm not even gonna remember. So hey, it don't even matter. It don't even matter. But the Two of Wands speaks to an area of what's that word? Crossroads. I was like, it starts with the C. Crossroads. Two of Wands is a crossroads. We have a crossroads. This is a railroad crossing. Now, trains are quick. Trains are a lot faster than some people would like to admit. And sometimes people try to beat the train and they get caught. This is a railroad crossing. Something is really about to take off and is really about to move. And with this judgment, followed by the Nine of Pentacles behind her, but with this judgment here, it's like the judgment call has already been made. The judgment call has already been made. So I actually know what this first card is. I'm actually going to clarify this first card with a random card. And I'm just going to do that because, well, I see what the card is. So I'm going to get one more card because I don't want to see what this card is. So the first pile is going to have four cards because because I switched up the way that I shuffled it, right? I was like, I already know what that is. I want to be surprised. And then I pulled another card, forgetting that all the cards are face up. And so I looked right at it. So I'm going to put these here as the unknown. So congratulations, pile one. You get two extra cards. Or part one of pile three. But yeah, with this judgment card, it's like Saturn already took the snapshot. The judgment has already been made in this case. And something is about to move quick. I feel like something is about to move real quick. And now is not the time to try to beat the train because it's already en route. Hold on, wait. Because there's a song that I have called En Route, I believe, En Route. The Archangel Michael may be important for you. Or he may be judging you. Is Michael? No, Gabriel is a monk for horn, I believe. But Michael may be important because in this song, he references Michael twice. He's like, I hope heaven has another vacancy. Let Michael know I'm on my way. Yeah, it is en route. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if there's anything in here. Mm. Hey, I went right to it. So basically, some of the things that dude was saying is he said he hoped that there's another. He hoped that he has some other destiny. Um, Talking about the way he was raised and his memories. That's me, part one of part three. So I hope I have another destiny. Blah 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 blah. Um, Talking about how he was raised in his memories. I hope heaven has another place for me. Let Michael know I'm on my way. Now, he may be talking about doing something that you ain't supposed to be doing. If he's talking about Michael, like what you about to do, where we talking about heaven needing another place to have you. Like, oof. Maybe he was trying to jump in front of the tracks. Don't try to jump in front of the tracks. I guess also at the same time, judgment has been passed in this situation. What just popped into my mind is I heard somebody say, like, I'm not jumping in front of anybody else's karma bus. Don't, and I'm talking about trying to beat the tracks. If somebody else got karma coming to them, let them have their karma. Because whatever this is messy. Whatever this is going to be, I feel like this is going to be messy. When a train hits a car, it's messy. And that train is not stopping. That train is not stopping. A, like a car can't beat a train. There's so much momentum behind this train, it ain't stopping for nothing. So I guess it's like get caught up in it if you want to. Um, the two cards that came out for pile one are Strength and the Ace of Cups. So I saw that Ace of Cups, I was like, hey. But then I was like, oh, that's not really fair. Because I didn't pull that way for anybody else. But you have Strength and the Ace of Cups. Strength and the Ace of Cups is interesting. And I'm actually going to see what the card I pulled is. The Eight of Cups. Okay. So this is 9 cups plus the ace. And then you see that moon card there. This is interesting. Strength in the Ace of Cups means a lot of things. And sometimes the strength with the Ace of Cups is having the strength to walk away from a situation. Or sometimes the strength with the Ace of Cups is having the strength to pursue a situation. Either way, movement is necessary. Get out of the way. Whatever whatever is coming, get out of the way. That's what just came to me. Like, get out of the way. Now with the strength card, it may be hard for someone to detach from whatever this Ace of Cups is. But it's like with the Ace of Cups and strength, it's like move out of the way, get out of the way. You don't want to get caught up in somebody else's whatever. And then the Eight of Cups is like there's going to be movement either way. But this is a crossroads, right? And so maybe that's why somebody needs strength in this decision because it is a crossroads. And I feel like your feelings are important in whatever this crossroads is. Like your feelings matter, but you have this Ace of Cups versus the Eight of Cups, right? Now, to me, the Ace of Cups means that even if you aren't healed completely in the situation, you need to act like you are because it's like whenever something is moving that fast, if that cup isn't stable, it's like It's like shaking this cup because it's moving so quickly. And if that Ace of Cups spills over, that's probably going to cause a flood. Something is going to be flooded. But also at the same time, this may be like something offering you a lot of fulfillment coming into your experience, maybe out of the blue. Maybe out of the blue, because again, the judgment call was already made. And then we had this sort of crossroads with this Two of Wands. So it's going to be a decision that you're going to have to make. It may be like with the Strength card and the Eight of Cups clarifying this Ace of Cups, it may be you needing to have the strength to choose the choice that you may not necessarily feel ready for. It may involve putting some distance between maybe you and an old self. Maybe it's going to really be calling upon the healing that you've done in the spaces that you've come out of. And I don't see this necessarily being a this or that. This almost feels like an opportunity that's going to present itself. Maybe the window of time to take this, it might be a limited window of time to accept it. It might not be. But if it is a limited window of time, that's when you really need to tap into that whole part of you, right? This isn't you accepting something because you think that like you'll never get this opportunity again and blah 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 blah. Because when you're in a moment, when you're in a space of desperation, you make desperate choices. You make choices you may not have necessarily made if you had more time. Now the strength card coming in, I feel like is more of a divine strength. We see the halo here, and the hangman also had a halo. The hangman that used to be at the bottom of this deck, but now strength is here. So maybe it was a space that had a lot of stagnancy in the past, but now it's asking you to sort of make a decision. I feel like there isn't too much I can honestly say about this. I feel like this is going to be especially personal to everybody. Um, and there isn't much I can say. Na, na, what's that song? Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Every little thing that I say or do, I don't know. I don't know that song. There's a sun energy here, but this is a blind spot. What is that? It's like something. It's like it's so bright that it's like whenever you stare at the sun and you get like those sunspots in your eyes or whatever. Because I'm looking down, it's like I literally just got a little one. But is that too bright in a good way, or is that too bright in a bad way? Is this somebody else thinking that something is too bright? I don't know. What I will say is that it's going to be very important for you to be spiritually aligned and in tune and honest. It's going to be important for you to be spiritually honest with yourself. Don't spiritually deceive yourself. So this is your discernment is going to be key. Discernment is going to be important in whatever the situation is. And again, it may not be like I'd have made it this whole time without yawning. It may not be. I just lost my train of thought. It may not be like this opportunity may not be valid for long. Like opportunity is not a lengthy visitor. But again, it's not to make decisions out of desperation either. Because there's a moon here. It's a minor moon energy. But with the strength and the Ace of Cups, it's like the strength and the Eight of Cups. It's like sometimes there are things that we're asked to walk away from, and we're not really walking away from them. You just told your son I need a nap. Am I yawning because of you, then? Is that what you're saying? It's like sometimes you're asked to walk away from something, even though you're not walking away from it, if that makes sense. But it's like when Abraham took Isaac up the mountain, and then the angel was like, "Okay, well, it's time for you to sacrifice it's time for you to sacrifice Isaac." And Abraham was like, "Sorry, Isaac, but the Lord said it's your time to go. I hope heaven got another place for you. It's time to go." And then the angel was like, "Okay, okay, all right, stop. We just wanted to see if you would do it. Like you ain't actually got to do it. We just wanted to see if you would do it." Now, on the flip side, I feel like there's also an element of spiritual fluidity. Oh, ooh, right here. Eight of Cups. I've never gotten it this way before. I love this. This is spiritual fluidity. That's what this is. And that's why you get this whole Ace of Cups here. That's why you get the whole Ace of Cups here and the Strength card. But you get the whole Ace of Cups and then you get all these eight little cups. This is spiritual fluidity. Because when it comes to this crossroad with judgment, there may be a situation that you initially get into, but it's not for you to stay in that situation. You may only enter that situation long enough for something to be highlighted and illuminated to you, but when it's time for you to go, you need to get out. Now, if Abraham would have trusted the angel and the Lord enough to know, okay, take Isaac up the mountain. Okay, I'm gonna take Isaac up the mountain. Sacrifice Isaac. Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice Isaac. And then the angel's like, okay, don't actually do it. Like, we don't want you to actually sacrifice Isaac. We just wanted to see if you would sacrifice Isaac. Now, if Abraham want to trust all the way up until that point, but then at the end be like, well, and again, this speaks to discernment. But then at the end, when the angel's like, okay, don't sacrifice Isaac, if Abraham would have been like, oh, well, like, you told me to bring Isaac up the mountain, then you told me to sacrifice Isaac, and now you're saying don't sacrifice Isaac. Like, one of these things is not like the other. This one ain't my intuition. All right, Lord, I'm going to sacrifice Isaac. And then you sacrifice Isaac, and then the Lord is like, so you listened when we told you to bring Isaac up the mountain. You listened when we asked you to sacrifice him, but then all of a sudden you want to stop listening when we said like LOL JK, bro, like we just wanted to see if you would. And now Isaac is in heaven when he was supposed to be on the earth. There's an element of spiritual fluidity here. And there's an element of needing to recognize that sometimes we go through things to be exposed to them. Sometimes we are confronted with something to be exposed to it, not to experience it. It's for the exposure, not the experience. And that there's something around this judgment call and this two of wands that is very exposure versus experience. It's not for you to get lost in whatever this is. Maybe you need to be exposed to it. Maybe you need to experience a piece of it. But I don't think it's for you to get completely wrapped up in it. And it's going to be wherever you put the weight of whatever, whatever you put the spiritual weight. But this is a spiritual fluidity. And the Eight of Cups can also be a very spiritual quest because it's a card that involves movement and a decision or a burden, right? Just like the Ten of Wands involves movement and a burden, the Eight of Cups involves movement and a burden. The burden is walking away this time, whereas with the Ten of Wands, the burden is continuing to carry it, right? But there's an element of spiritual fluidity here, and you need to be strong in the voice of spirit. Because I was thinking about Job again and how um, the devil went to God, right? And he was like, "Hey, like, can I go mess with Job a little bit?" And God was like, "Yeah, sure, bro. Like, knock yourself out, do whatever." Because God knew that Job would be good regardless. And so the devil got permission from God to go in and take everything from Job and try to get Job to curse God through other people. The devil didn't come himself and be like, "Hey, Job, like, do you hate God now?" It was like, no, it came to Job through other people. It was like, wow, Job, like your faith was so strong and like God really blessed you and now you lost everything. You must like really like feel some type of way about that. And Job was like, no, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away sometimes. So he gave it to me and now he's taking it back. Maybe he's gonna, I don't know, upgrade it or give it some kind of improvement or something cool. And people just looking at Job like, okay, well, if that happened to me, then I would be cursing God and I would be mad. And Job was like, okay, well, that speaks to you and your faith and not me and mine. That sounds like a you thing. And this is a me thing. So let me continue to do what I'm doing. Right. It's very much this energy. But again, it's like sometimes, through whatever reason, whatever we need to know or learn or experience, there are certain things that are allowed to happen to us with divine consent. But again, it's not for us to lose our faith and it's not for us to get stuck in it. There's an element of spiritual fluidity here between Abraham and Isaac and the story of Job. There's some spiritual fluidity. Now, the second card is. Oh! This is the Seven of Cups. This is the seven. That's Seven Cups. I can't count, y'all, and apparently I can't read either. That's the Seven of Cups. Because I flip over the Eight of Cups and I'm like, wait, I already read the Eight of Cups. Well, here's the Eight of Cups. So that was the Seven of Cups and not the Eight of Cups. But, the Seven of Cups plus the Ace of Cups still equal Eight Cups. And I never talked about the Eight of Cups plus the Ace of Cups, Nine of Cups. So the message of the Eight of Cups still stand. But that would be, oh gosh, I can't see. I've been doing real good at not losing these things. Let me put my peaceful meditations. Actually, I'm not going to listen to any more music. I'll just turn off the music for now. I never spoke to the Nine of Cups, so the message of the Eight of Cups still stands, even though that was clearly the Seven of Cups. But I guess Spirit had my back. There was like, maybe that's why Spirit was like, go ahead and pull that extra card, bruh. But now we have the actual Eight of Cups here. Um, and I feel like in this case, if you chose 3.2, then this is the case that you just need to straight up walk away from something. Judgment has already been passed on the situation. You have this Two of Wands space of crossroads. I feel like you have also passed judgment in this situation. And so if this is something that you know that you need to walk away from, but you don't walk away from it, then whatever you have to reap, you have to reap because you know better. And I don't know what this is. If you chose this and that message resonates for you, you know better. I ain't got to say nothing more. And we're moving on to card number 3. You know better. Card number 3 is this Hangman. Of course, it's the Hangman. I should have left you at the bottom of the deck. I'm just playing. I always talk about how much I love that Hangman energy, don't I? So we got the Hangman here. Sometimes the best decision to make is no decision. Patience is a virtue. And sometimes patience is the hardest thing to have in a situation. But when you are an embodiment of that Hangman energy, you have the ability and capability and capacity to be so in touch and in tune with your own internal sphere of influence and consciousness that it then highlights and illuminates to you the collective sphere, right? We're all made in the image of God, so we have our own internal spark of that divine creative whatever within us. And through our deeper connection with that divine creative whatever, we can connect with the divine creative whatever and be in a space to more easily see and hear and recognize. And sometimes, right, there's a lot of spiritual fluidity here, there's spiritual fluidity here. The Hangman is the only card in this sort of three card scenario situation where the Eight of Cups energy isn't present. And it speaks to a lack of movement. It's like you move when you know you should move and you stay when you know you should stay. It's being like a dog, I guess. I don't want to call anybody a dog, but that's the level of trust and obedience, right? And it's more so trust because if you have a dog that hasn't been abused, and the owner tells the dog to do something, the dog would probably trust that owner. And again, I don't want to call anybody a dog because that sounds very just like demeaning in a way, but it speaks to that level of loyalty and that level of trust and the level of obedience and also the level of care that it's like a level of care in your owner. It's a level of trust and faith in your creator that you can obediently go wherever. That's the Job. This is the Job. We got some Sarahs over here, and then we got a Job. Let me stop. Um, but yeah, and the 12 reduces to a 3, which is Empress energy. The 12 is the mirror of the 21, which is the world energy. And both the 21 and the 12 reduce cleanly straight to the 3. This ain't no 1910 Sun, Wheel of Fortune, Magician type of situation. This is a 12 or 21, 12 and 21, 3. This is the hangman and the world. And that's because, again, the hangman, when he is truly in the highest form or some of the highest forms of the hangman energy, him being in tune with himself is him being in tune with the world. And it's being the bridge and the embodiment of both. And knowing that attunement through that Empress energy leads to the creation on the outside of what is on the inside. And sometimes you need to stop, right? It's like being at a crossroads and not knowing what decision to make, but knowing that you're supposed to stop. And let's say like there's a forest on one side and then there's a cliff on the other side. Not a cliff, but like a mountain. There's a forest on one side and then there's a mountain on the other side. Now let's say that like you approach this crossroads and something within you tells you to wait. So you wait peacefully, calmly, even if you got to chop down a few trees and build yourself a little log cabin for you to sleep in until you're told to move, you wait. And then let's say on the forest side, something happens, lightning strikes, and it catches fire. And then it's like, okay, the forest side is now inaccessible. I'll take the mountain. Let's say on the mountain side, an avalanche happens, and then the mountain side is accessible. It's like, okay, I'll take the forest side, right? It's about being comfortable at that space of a crossroads. And it's about having enough peace and stillness within oneself that you can take a step back and allow whatever needs to unfold. Because again, the world revolves around the hangman. The hangman does not concern himself with the matters of the world. Right? And it's like I've said it before, but if you haven't seen it and you see this, it's like the Planet Express ship from Futurama. The ship doesn't move through space. The ship moves the space around it. And you're like, what? How does that work? I don't know. Even in the episode, they were like, what? How does that work? And I was like, well, no. And there was a present, there's a future, there's a past version of a dude in the present. And the dude in the present is super old and he ain't there to tell them how the ship works. He built the ship. And they're talking to the past dude where he was still a kid. And they're like, well, how does the ship work? How does the ship work? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know. And then he like goes to sleep and he wakes up or something. And he's like, oh, I just had a dream. Because in the future, he had a dream of how to get it to the point. He had a dream, and this is Neptunian energy. Hey, I love it. He had a dream about the ship moving the world around it. And he was like, oh, that's why we can't get the ship to move because it's not designed to move. The ship is designed to move everything else around it. It's like if I wanted this, instead of me going over to this, right, I pull this to me, you know? Instead of me going here, I bring this to me. And that's the hangman. It changes the world around it through virtue of its sacred connection that exists and sits at the seat of its soul, or at least very, very deep down within it, right? And that's why, that's unlocking the magic of the universe. Because the hangman is the story of Odin hanging himself from the world tree, Yggdrasil reading the runes and learning the magic that was etched upon the world tree. Right? Odin did a whole bunch of stuff for magic and power. He sacrificed his eye to Mimir as well. He hung himself from the world tree to read the magic and the runes, everything like that. So on the one side is all about spiritual fluidity. You're getting exposure to something, maybe not the full experience. The two side is you already place judgment on this. You already know something isn't good for you. You're in this area, in this space of crossroads. It may come back. Now, if you take it, it's on you. This is entering that area of like fool me twice, fool me three times. If you pick number two, you got the Eight of Cups straight up. And then we see the halo again. You know what I do love? We see this halo in every situation. The hangman has the halo. The Eight of Cups has that halo. And then the strength, the lion has that halo. You see that halo everywhere. What is that about? Divine guidance, maybe? Maybe this is about an opportunity to enter a greater level of a greater level of sovereignty. This is not an opportunity to enter a greater level of sovereignty, but it's like you being in the space to prove that you would be able to handle that power. It's just like whatever video I uploaded last night. And the title is like, with great power comes great responsibility. And in the description, I put, it's time to prove yourself responsible. Because you have to prove that you're responsible for the power before you're granted the power. You're not going to get the power, get an opportunity to do whatever with it, and then, end up worse off. If this is a gift that is being granted and bestowed upon you, if you didn't already have it, if it's deepening and furthering, you're proving yourself responsible. And I feel like the way to prove that you're responsible now is to be in touch and tune with spirit, or be in touch and tune with yourself that is connected to spirit, and to operate and proceed accordingly. That was pile number 3. I feel like you may be coming upon situations that have already been judged, and you're going to be judged in these situations too. I'm going to give these a little bit of a shuffle, and then I'm going to move on to pile. Ooh, what card is this that just came out? The Ten of Cups just flew out with the Magician at the bottom of the deck. You have the ability to come into ultimate fulfillment. But we're watching you, and we're going to see what you choose. Because you said you want it. Now we're going to see if you're ready to act like you really want this. Like, you want it? Okay, act like it. Next is pile number 4, with the Knight of Swords at the bottom of the deck. What was number 3? It was Judgment at the top and no, not the Lovers. Judgment at the top and the Two of Pentacles at the bottom. Okay, that's interesting. Let Michael know I'm on my way. Hey, baby. I didn't even timestamp pile number 3. Oh my gosh. Well, I'll timestamp number 4 at 3/12/20. Goodness. But you know what? I'm going to do this real quick, and I'm going to hope this works. I'm going to turn the toggle timestamp on here, and I don't know what time I started. Miyoshi said 1 at 5:04. Or Mimi, sorry, Mimi. 5:04 is 5:35. That was approximately 20 minutes ago. So I'll put this at 2:45-ish. I'll say 2:49 and then go back and check and make sure. Oh, goodness. Boom, there we go. That was interesting. Okay, so it's probably past 3:12. Yep, it's 3:14 now. I'll say 3:14:15. All right, boom. Pile number 3 with this Knight of Swords. Saturn is saying, I feel like Saturn, this is a lot of like, before Saturn even went retrograde, hopefully you had learned some lessons, because it's not, this is, I feel like this retrograde is like an actual test, but it's a very practical test. This isn't the type of test that's like, oh, like, you know, I took this, like, this is a final. Like, this is a test to see if you graduate or not. It's like you've already taken all the classes. Now we're testing you to see if you've learned enough to be functioning in the real world. And so this is interesting. It's real interesting. Don't just treat this like a test. Treat it like it's your life. And it's always your life, which is interesting to say that. But this is like your actual life. Like, your actual future is on the line. Saturn is like, depending on how you act in this moment in time where everything is sort of still, like, this is the Valley of Judgment. And I said that on the video I accidentally uploaded to my Legacy channel. Should you stay or should you go? the Valley of Judgment, the point between those two mirrors. Like this is it. And Saturn is watching, so I mean they're all watching. Four of Cups. I'm not gonna take this. I'm gonna put this randomly back in the middle of the deck, and now I'm gonna spread these out. Well, you see, y'all can see. I can't see. We'll take this one. And take this one. I feel like the Four of Cups clarifying this Knight of Swords is a truth that we may not necessarily want to admit, but we already know the truth. So, bottom of the deck is the Nine of Wands. You see, one of those candy canes is a lot bigger than the other ones. So, I feel like there's an element of distraction here, but you already know the truth. Maybe I should have did it where like you can pick one in each pile. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, they resonate as they resonate, regardless of what you pick or don't pick. I think I'm gonna pick one here though. I'm gonna go with three. I don't know. I'm feeling it. But this is an ability to. This is almost from a manifestive space. It's almost like okay, in one way, it's like you connected to the truth of who you are with the Knight of Swords will get you to move forward in a way that is authentic to whatever is authentic to you, right? But with the Nine of Wands, it's like here's all of these wands. You have to pick the right one, right? And it's like you're looking at the color. Maybe somebody is sniffing the wands. Maybe someone wants to see what the wands taste like. Because like if I had a wand, it would be made out of sugar, and so the wand that tastes the sweetest is mine. I don't know. Maybe the chocolate is starting to get to me. um, but speaking of chocolate, I only have one left, so I'll eat that when I finish. It's like don't go off of anything superficial. Don't go off of what you think you know about you. Go off of what you know about you. And with this Knight of Swords, you only know it if you've experienced it in some part. The page is more of the exposure. The Knight is the experience. The King and Queen are the mastery. Maybe an opportunity to become some kind of master in something. Now my mouth is like, now I'm salivating a lot. What time is it? Oh my goodness, I'm glad I started early. I want to make some rice and beans. But it's like, which of these wands is yours? And then, secondly, it's like you manifested something, and here's like 8 other things at the same time. One of these is bigger than the others. There's lots of distraction here. Are you going to choose to be distracted, or are you going to choose to follow the truth? Now, again, with the Four of Cups, that it may be an uncomfortable truth. The Four of Cups sits between the Three of Cups and the Five of Cups. So you may be like, let's say you're leaning towards the Three of Cups situation. That's more of a party. It's more fun. It's more celebratory. But the truth is more on the Five of Cups side of that, where the Three of Cups is spilled over and you got two upright cups. It's like, yeah, celebration, fun. Okay, time for that is over. It's time to get serious. It's time to get to work. Maybe somebody don't want to get to work. It's time to get to work though. First card, Two of Swords. Indecision. We had a crossroads last time. Now we have indecision. The Two of Swords plus the Ace of Swords is the Three of Swords. So it's probably leaning towards that Five of Cups. Maybe cutting something out that you don't know if you would be able to function without. But you know that it's not good for you, and you know that it's a distraction. And you know that ultimately at the end of the day, it doesn't get you any closer to your goal. In fact, it sets you back. And sometimes that could just be as simple as being in a space of indecision. It doesn't even have to be a choose this or choose that. It can just be a failure to choose that keeps you from your goal. And it can be a failure to choose that keeps you stuck in whatever space you don't even want to be in. Like this Knight of Swords is supposed to be one of the fastest knights in the deck. And here's another Knight of Swords, at least so far, with the Knight of Wands and this Two of Swords. It's almost like this Knight of Swords got a prophecy. It went to the Oracle, and that's the truth that this Knight of Swords is wielding. And it's like the Oracle said, on this day at this time, you will approach your final battle. And maybe someone is taking that as like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die on the battlefield. Ain't nobody dying in real life, but it's the end of something. And so maybe she's like, oh my gosh, like this is it. This is the last battle. And so it's like ultimately at the end of the day, you can't not show up to whatever this is. But someone is going back and forth in their mind, real like Nine of Cups type of feeling. Nine of Cups, Nine of Swords type of feeling. Like somebody going back and forth, like, this is gonna be my last battle. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be my last battle. Like what? And with this Nine of Wands, it's like I've fought in so many battles. I'm so confident in my ability to do this, but this is my last battle. Like this is where I fall. Am I Hector or am I Achilles? Like which one am I? Because you're feeling real Hector right now, and Hector is the energy of the Five of Swords, like unbeatable, so much success, and you're like, but am I too proud? Am I too haughty? You know, am I too arrogant? Is my ego too big? Is this where I fall because I think I'm invincible and then I mess up and I make a mistake? But in reality, it could be the case that this is your last battle because after this, you won't have to fight anymore. After this, the war is over. After this, you find peace and prosperity. But y'all know the oracles back in the day never kept it straight. So they're like, this is your last battle. And you may be like, oh my gosh, like that means I'm gonna die. When in reality, it's like, no, like you're gonna be that Six of Wands hero, get your 10 of Cups, get your 10 of Pennies, kick back, take it easy for the rest of your life, and be comfortable, satisfied, fulfilled, and whatever. Like it's so much easier after this. That could be the case, but it's like you're going back and forth with this Two of Swords, like not knowing how it's gonna shake out or turn out. What else came to my mind when I was saying that? Something else came to my mind. Macbeth. How the witches said that it was like Macbeth couldn't be defeated by any man who was born of a woman, by any man, woman born, or something like that. They also said that the tree, like the forest, would move, blah blah blah. And of course, Macbeth or Lady Macbeth, they was like, every man is born from a woman. So if you can only be defeated by a man who wasn't born from a woman, then you're unbeatable. Like, oh, the forest will never move, the trees will never move, trees don't move. And then it's like, okay, well, they come. If you never read or watched Macbeth, spoilers, click ahead like a minute and a half. Um, but the forest was moving because they disguised themselves as trees. And so it looked like the trees were moving. And then Macbeth was defeated by a man, and Macbeth was like, I was told that I wasn't like I was told that I would only be defeated by a man who wasn't woman born. And then the dude is like, I wasn't woman born, I was woman torn or something like that. Basically, he was like a C-section baby, so he didn't come out of the birth canal. He was ripped from his mother's like womb or whatever. He mentioned from woman ripped instead of from woman born. But it was like a little caveat that if you would have stopped and thought about it, you would have known it was there. But you're already with this Knight of Swords because the Knight of Swords is a truth instead of the truth, right? It's a truth that the Knight of Swords moves with. But like the truth that you chose to run with was like, I'm unbeatable, I'm undefeatable. And it's like, no, you need to watch out for people who were cloned in a lab or C-sectioned or any type of way that they're alive and they didn't pass through the birth canal. You need to watch out. But you was just like, oh, everyone's born from a woman. Like that's how biology works. So I'm unbeatable. Oh, trees will never move, so I'm unbeatable. And I was like, no. Like we said this would be the last fight. We said this would be the last battle. We didn't say it would be the end of your life. It's just like you enter this era of peace after this. You don't have to fight as hard after this. You're not alone after this. So maybe you don't have to fight alone anymore. Maybe you get people who fight for you, right? Because I don't know, you become a king or a queen or something. So you just send your army to go and fight, right? Third card, because I'm feeling like skipping two right now, is the Three of Cups. The third card is the Three of Cups. And what was I talking about the Three of Cups? instead of the Five of Cups. So this is the Three of Cups side. This is someone getting that celebration. Um, and so I feel like with this Knight of Swords coming off of the Nine of Wands, it's like knowing and understanding and realizing that things don't have to be so difficult all the time. And maybe it's understanding and knowing and realizing that you make things a lot more difficult than they need to be. So a lot of the ways that you sort of self sabotage and make things more difficult, it's time for you to stop doing that because you already know, right? Was this the pile where I was like, this pile is like you already know better, and once you know better, you're expected to do better. You know, Saturn's like you already know. We ain't got to tell you. You already know. And there's almost an energy here of it's like there's something about you that rubs people the wrong way. There's something that you do. You know that you do it. Maybe you didn't know that you did it in the past, but now you know that you do it regardless of if you want to admit it or not. And it's like you come upon a person who is very important or who has the ability to give you everything that you want or to at least get you to the next step of whatever. Now it's like, okay, in that space, you already know the ways in which you are that are not completely authentic to you. It's just you acting and responding out of the pain, out of the situations that you've been in the past. This is like a Queen of Swords in reverse type of energy. Someone who's like bitty. She's someone who's bitty, someone who's bitter and catty and unnecessarily blunt and just mean because they can be, because they had a bad day or a bad life or whatever, but who takes it out on other people. And it's like you already know how that is. So if it's been illuminated to you to watch how you talk to people, your test might be okay, you say you want to move in this direction. We need for you to prove, because again, I guess I just said it, with great power comes great responsibility. Maybe that was for the pile three. So maybe you didn't hear it, but with great power comes great responsibility. And it's time for us to prove ourselves responsible so we can then be granted that power. And so it's like you already know that you need to watch the way you talk to people. And it's like, okay, so their test is going to be we're going to send them this one person who is exactly who they need to progress to the next step. And your test is going to be how you interact with that person and how you talk to that person. And this is almost the space of like you getting super angry and irate and blowing up on somebody and telling somebody about themselves. And then that person walks away. And then somebody else comes up and is like, oh my gosh, like, do you know who that is? Like that person is so and so and so and so, and you're like, oh my gosh, no, like, is it really like what are they doing here? Like I've been hoping that I run into that person so I can do whatever I need to do, and then you try to go up to that person and you try to recover, and they're like just looking at you like, I've already seen your true colors, and I'm not interested in whatever you have to offer. And maybe they say that to you just like that, so it's illuminated to you. We already told you. You need to get out of that. But since you ain't want to listen, there goes your opportunity walking out the door. Maybe you'll get it later. Or you can take that lesson. Maybe you get a little bit frustrated. Maybe you get a little bit irritated or upset with that person. But instead of acting out of that irritation, frustration, and upset Asian, you choose to still continue to speak. Instead of diving into that, you deliberately choose to go into patience. It's like, okay, like what exactly aren't you understanding so I can try to like make this more clear to you. And let's say like because you choose to exhibit patience, then that person's like, what's your name? Like, thank you for being so kind and so patient. And you introduce yourself, right? And then like, okay, hey, my name is so and so and so and so. And then you're like, oh my gosh, like, are you the person who does whatever? And like, yeah, I am. Like, why? Like, have you heard of me? And you're like, yeah, like I've actually been really interested in this. And then they're like, okay, well, you seem like a pretty nice person, and you seem like you are not only like do you have the talent or the skills for whatever, but you're also the type of person that I would love to have on my team, or I would love to have working for me, or you're the type of person that I would love to see in a role like this. It's like we need more people who are kind and patient like you. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna refer you to whoever, blah blah blah, whatever. It's very much so that energy with this Three of Cups. So it's tending to more of the side of celebration than the Five of Cups. Like you need to walk away to claim this. But It's like the truth of who you are and sort of how you coming how you there's something about how you do whatever you do that keeps you from getting these things, and it's been illuminated to you. And you're gonna be needing to operate and move in the space of that instead of whatever your default was to really get this like three of cups sort of celebration. Maybe it's a reconciliation with somebody that you ain't seen in a minute. Maybe they're going to be coming back and you still a little bit bitter and upset and hurt. And maybe you already know that that person wasn't responsible, but you still hold them responsible even though that you know they weren't responsible, and they're coming back at you with some kind of opportunity. It may not be with them, but they're coming back at you with some type of opportunity, and you still treat them as if they're responsible even though you know that they're not responsible, and they know that you know that they're not responsible, and you can sabotage that. It's just clean it up. Whatever's been illuminated to you as far as you treat people, maybe clean that up. Now number two is the five of cups. Isn't this funny? I said that for these, didn't I? I was like, there's like this three of cups feeling and this five of cups feeling. And then with this two of swords, I was like, yeah, this is definitely whatever. I think it was for this pile. I think it was. But now we have both the three of cups and the five of cups. So hey, I wasn't too far off. I know something, right? I can read energy a little bit. A little bit. Um this five of cups is speaking, the message is similar to this three of cups, but it's different because in this deck, three cups are upright and two cups are in reverse. You see that? So the three cups upright are still there, but these two cups are in reverse. And it's like these two cups in reverse are stopping those two cups from being filled. Um, I feel like this is speaking to people in your environment who don't have your best interest at heart, who actively sabotage you. Whereas this is a person who's coming into your experience to help you with the three of cups, but this five of cups is like you have people in your experience who actively sabotage you and who work against you in some type of way, and you know that they work against you, you know that they sabotage you, you've seen it, and you know it, and you know that ultimately at the end of the day it's like you up with a lot of stuff from them that you shouldn't, that you know you shouldn't. And so now it's like if you continue to allow those people to hold you back, you're going to be in this 10 of wands state where you're at the 9 of wands now, maybe standing victorious. You're going to be at that 10 of wands state, and it's like you're going to be overwhelmed, overtaxed, overburdened by other people, and you need you need to let it go. If you don't let the people go, you need to let go of their ability to prevent you from moving forward, because this is in direct opposition to whatever you're like. These two cups are right over those two cups. That's direct opposition. And I feel like these are two people who are trying to prevent your expansion because it keeps you here. Like they block you from moving up, from expanding and from growing. There's almost I'll say a paternal feeling. There's almost a paternal feeling here, but maybe more so a familial feeling, or maybe a platonic feeling with like a close friend. But this, it almost feels like something. It almost feels like someone who holds you back because they don't want to be without you. And this is pile number. What did I do? 4, 3, 2, 1. This is pile number 2, right? No, or was it 2, 3, 1, 4? I don't remember how I'm doing this no more. I believe this is pile number 4, though. I believe this is pile 4. Yeah, this is pile 4. Okay, this is pile 4. Pile 4 last time was about the lovers and the the pride card. I remember saying something like this with the Venus retrograde, where it's like there are people. The Five of Swords came out then, and now the Five of Cups is here. Well, this Five of Cups is under this Knight of Swords, so hey, we still there's a bridge there. the suit of cups and the suit of water are aligned. They line up in some ways. But anyway, it's like this is the space of someone who depends on you for something, someone who doesn't want to be left alone, and it may not necessarily be malicious in intention, but it plays out very, very, very maliciously because they just don't want to let you go. Even if it keeps you stuck in a space that you don't like, they don't want to let you go. And I feel like it's not that they don't love you, and it's not necessarily. It isn't necessarily the case that they don't love you and they don't want to see you succeed and they don't want you to grow. It's just that like they don't want to be left behind. They don't want you to leave them. And instead of them adopting a space where they turn around and help you succeed, and then like you take them along for the ride, and it isn't necessarily like a take them along for the ride, but it's like there's a way for you to succeed and to still be in this person's life, but they don't see that because they're just so worried about you not being in their life. But it's like they're putting you in this space where you don't want them to be in your life because all they do is put you down, hold you back, and discourage you. And it's like not only are they actively sort of directly opposing whatever it is that you're trying to do and accomplish, it's like they're also going about how they feel in a way that isn't aligned with how they actually. It's like their actions and their feelings don't line up. But again, it's because like they don't want you to leave. It's like they care about you, but they don't want you to leave. They don't want you to grow. It's like they want you to grow, but they don't want you to grow because if you grow too much, you're going to leave, and they don't want to be left. Um, this is very much like I said. It could be parental. This is very much someone like a parent who may have a fear of an empty nest. And sometimes that happens because so much of it's typically the mother, but it can also be the father. It's like so much of their identity becomes parent. Like I am a parent, I care for my children. Like I am a parent. Like that's what I do, that's what I am. And if like I don't have any children in the house, regardless of how old they are, if I don't have any children in the house, like yes, I still have children, but like I don't have anyone in the house to take care of. Who am I if I'm not taking care of someone else? This is the space of someone who needs to figure out and decide what it is that they want to do with their own lives. And maybe it's almost like there's a little bit of resentment flowing in both directions. A little bit. It's like you being a little bit resentful that this person who was supposed to care for you seems to actively do things that would show that they don't, or like they're not encouraging you and showing you love in the ways that they should. And then at the same time, it's like there's a little bit of resentment on the other part of the or on the part of the other person because like they know that it's I feel like on their part it's more of an inability to reconcile their feelings and their actions. It's like I care about this person, but I keep acting in a way that would look like I don't, and like I want them to succeed and I want them to do well, but at the same time I don't want them to leave me. But like so it seems like they're kind of sort of projecting on you a little bit what they can't reconcile within themselves. Maybe there's also a space of fear where like again it's like they don't know who they would be without you in their life, and it may not even necessarily be romantic. I mean I guess it could be, but it doesn't necessarily feel romantic. um, but again it's like I feel like you're dangerously close to this 10 of wands. Maybe you were at the 10 of wands before and you're trying to step back and you're sitting at this 9, but it's like this person is like putting you back at the 10 because they keep like taxing you in some way. um, And I feel like for this one, I don't necessarily have any. I don't feel like I necessarily have any guidance because it's like I feel like you know this, and I feel like on some level they know it, regardless of if either of you wants to admit it or not. But maybe it's for you to comfort this person, or maybe like if this is familial, if this is parental, maybe it's for you to like begin to ask them like, you know, what they want to do outside of what they're already doing for you, outside of what they're doing, period. And maybe it's for you to encourage them to do that and to get them more excited about them doing whatever they need to do for themselves. Because then it's like the more that they can dive into that, the more they'll kind of sort of ease up on you because they won't need you to be there for them to have something to do. Um, Maybe you can also encourage them, like, just because like I do this or just because I do that doesn't mean that I won't like be there for you, or doesn't mean that I'm not there. Like just because I leave the house doesn't mean like I'm not your child. Doesn't mean I'm not your baby, right? I don't know. I don't know. But I think a good way would be to like, if someone is more focused on you and it keeps you kind of sort of trapped in a way, to get them to ask them like, hey, like what do you want to do, right? And then I feel like there are some people that are like, I just want to be with you and I just want to support you and blah 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 whatever. And call it personal bias, but I don't think that's necessarily always an issue. I feel like it is an issue when they hold you back, when they can't get behind your vision, and when they don't like truly like support you, when they need you to be whatever in order for them to be whatever. Then I feel like it becomes an issue. I feel like it's not necessarily a bad thing to have family or friends or whoever that is actually there to like genuinely support you, who, I just feel like that's not a bad thing. But it can become a bad thing if the space that it's done from isn't right. See, it's all about the space from which we do things, right? It's less about the actions that we take and more about the space that we take those actions from. Now, I'm gonna eat my last piece of chocolate. Like the actions are still. Wait, I still got a whole nother pile. I still got a whole nother pile. I thought I was done. Okay, I'm wrapping this up right now. Sometimes the space from which we do things is a lot more important than the things that we actually do. So you need to look at the space from which this person is doing whatever, and then moving forward in the future to avoid, because this is about Saturn, to avoid creating mindsets that lead to karmic situations, because this is the Nine of Swords. Swords is about the mind. You need to look more at the space that other people are acting from rather than their actions, right? Because it could be the space that you have someone, it could be the situation that you have multiple people in your life who are sort of like in your life, but who are limiting you in ways out of a dependence on you or out of a desire to keep you from going somewhere, right? And let's say it plays out in a certain way. Now let's say like you bring in people in your life who kind of sort of come in a way that may be similar, or who act in a way that may be similar, but the difference is the space from which they act. Like they're actually there to support and encourage you and to push you forward. It's like they may, like you may feel that they're right up under you, but again, it's like the space from the space that they're in. Are they right up under you, holding you down? Are they right up under you, keeping you, like, is this a crab in the barrel mentality of like, I'm gonna hold you down so that you don't escape the barrel before I escape the barrel? Or is this someone who can like come in and get under you to sort of like give you a boost, to lift you up a little bit, right? Like there's a difference. And it's for you to see behind the actions and to learn people's motivations. And this is the suit of cups, so it's perfect, right? Cups and swords. Oh my gosh, this is all cups and swords. Ain't no earth on here. Ain't no earth here. No earth here. Three of cups, five of cups, two of swords, knight of swords, and then we got some fire and the nine of wands. Okay, I'm gonna shut this down here. Not the video, just this pile. Thank you for watching. I didn't say that on any other pile, but hey, thank you for watching. I appreciate your view. I appreciate your like if you liked. I appreciate your comment if you comment. I appreciate your time if you don't do any of the above. And I appreciate you just for being you. And thank you for being the experience that the divine wanted you to be in this lifetime. I appreciate you. We are all one. Card in here that I've seen that's in reverse. I don't know how the death card ended up in reverse. Don't know how that happened. All of these cards are face down. I don't know why I put some face up cards. The Empress is face up. No, that's the Lovers. The Lovers is face up, and I didn't touch the Lovers. The Emperor is face up, and the Ace of Wands is face up. So some of these are actually face up. Some of these are face down. The Lovers, the Ace of Wands, and the Emperor. The Five of Cups. This must be all the cards I just put in here. The Three of Cups, the Ten of Cups, the Tower, the Queen of Cups, the Page of Cups, the Knight of Swords, the Two of Swords, the Nine of Wands, the Fool, the Five of Wands, the King of Pentacles, Temperance, the Four of Cups, and this Queen of Wands. So I guess I just read to you everything that was in pile number 4. I'm going to make sure these are also up right. I'm so tired, man. I'm about to take this nap. I want to eat me some beans and rice. Today's my last work. Today's my last rest day. And then I'm working because I need to finish. What was that? The Star and the Seven of Cups. I'm going to give this one more. There's the Death card. I'm turning you up right now. Death and the Eight of Cups. It was in reverse. Death in reverse and the Eight of Cups. That's in a refusal to transform sometimes. But now the Page of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. Okay. This is pile number 1, Five of Swords. This is interesting. And I just saw the Five of Cups and the Five of Wands. Kawaii Tarot. Ooh, 347.47 on the thing. I'll say this is 348. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a second. 348. Boom. Pile number 1. The card here is the Five of Swords. At the bottom of the deck is the Four of Wands. Before I get this little shuffle on, if you chose this, again, this pile or this deck is the Kawaii Tarot. This is different every single time, so I don't run through this spiel every time. I'm so bad at that because I would forget. I'm not gonna say what I would be. I would be great at it if I wanted to be. Yeah, let me clean that up. Five of Swords. Let you clean up your words and your thoughts and clean up your mouth. Don't speak against things that you don't want to actively want to manifest. Because Saturn is listening to everything you say. Okay. The Sun card just jumped out of the deck and it landed across this Five of Swords just like this. With the Knight of Cups at the bottom of the deck. The Sun card is usually good. What card is this? I'll put this card behind this Five of Swords and then I'll just randomly pick. This will be number 1 right here. This will be number 2. Number 3 will be at the bottom of the deck. What's left at the bottom is the 9. Sorry, the 9 of Pentacles. You see this 9 of Pentacles? Look how far that one pentacle is above these 8. That's a lot. Usually the Sun card is positive, but it's like the only time the Sun isn't great is if there are a lot of mirrors or lots of reflective surfaces, right? Because then it has an increased chance to blind you. So it's almost like this needle in a haystack, but you're looking for the one upright sword in this space of 4. You're looking for this one reverse sword in this space of 4 upright swords. But with that Sun right there coming as a blockage, it's like they're all reflecting the light and you're reaching in, trying to grab the hilt. And if you reach the wrong spot, you're going to get cut. There's a cutting hazard here. because the sun is just it's reflecting too much light and you can't see. Um, so it's like you don't want to grab the wrong end of whatever this is. The Five of Swords is the energy of Hector. It's a bully. It's someone who is undefeatable, unbeatable. It doesn't care how inexperienced or how much of a novice you are. It will do everything in its power to crush you every single time. Now, this is good for the case of being very, very, very determined to succeed. Now, this ain't like dog eat dog. This ain't like this is a dog eat dog world and I'm hungry, right? It's not that type of mentality. This is just a dogged determination. This is someone who will do everything within their power to make sure that they get to the next level. It's not necessarily bad. It did come out with the sun. So, again, I don't think this is necessarily bad. But I feel like I guess there's also this need to be aware of how you are perceived, how your determination is perceived. And it's not to pursue anything with any less of a determination. It's not to change who you are. It's just to be aware of how you are perceived and how other people think of you. Because you may be a little bit intimidating in some ways. And you might want to, again, it's not you being any less driven, but you might want to try to like smooth yourself out on the edges a little bit, right? And then the Nine of Pentacles is here. I feel like maybe with the King of Cups right under this Nine of Pentacles, it probably is for you to be a little bit less extreme. This is Aquarian energy, fixed air. It may be hard for you to hear. Like, I'm not asking you to change. I'm not asking you to be different. I'm just asking you to like round out the edges a little bit because you're a little sharp, a little pointy, and a little stabby. Um, but with this Nine of Pentacles, it's almost like the Nine of Pentacles is the space of personal fulfillment. So the Nine of Cups is the wish granted. The Nine of Pentacles is like being in a really, really, really good space. And it's that Beyonce energy. Beyonce is a Virgo. This is a Virgo energy. And but it's like all of your material wants and all of your material wishes and desires are met. Now, it could be the case that either yes, like maybe you're like too okay, I don't like that because I don't like I would say like maybe you're too self-sufficient, but if you're the type of person who wants to attract another individual, and let's say you are a boss, not a boss, you're a boss. Let's say you boss, you got boss energy, and that's why you're this Five of Swords because you are the boss, and you're this Nine of Pentacles because you are the boss. And it's not for you to be any less of the boss, but maybe it's for you to recognize that there are people out there who you can be the boss. Like you, it could be the case that you don't have to change who you are to get who you want, because the King of Cups is already here, and the King of Cups is really good at accepting people as they are, right? But if you're in the space of like, oh, I can't find nobody because I'm too motivated, I'm too driven, I got too much drive, and everybody's intimidated by me, blah 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 blah, whatever. If that's the story that you continue to tell yourself, you're gonna continue to manifest and attract people who are intimidated by you, right? If you instead adopt the story of like, I am this, but there are a lot of people who love people who are driven and motivated, and there are a lot of people who want a partner that they won't have to feel like they babysit, right? It's like, I know that if I leave you to it, like you got plenty of stuff on your own plate, I got plenty of stuff on my plate, we love each other's company, I eat my plate, you eat your plate, like you vegan, I'm vegetarian, so I'm gonna keep my cheese and my eggs, and we still get together. Neither one of us eat meat. We still like the same places. We just order a little bit different. Not to say that vegetarians and meat eaters and vegans and meat eaters can't eat at the same table. That's not what I'm saying. But there is an energy of like respected differences, and it's appreciated, like very much so appreciated. Not it's desired. It's desired, honestly, more than respected, more than appreciated. It's desired. You are desirable. If you chose this and you don't feel desirable because you work too hard, who told you that? Just because the people that you met in the past weren't up to par, weren't up to snuff, don't mean that you'll never meet somebody. But anyway, this one pentacle stands above the other one. So if that's not your situation, if this is the case where you're sort of reaching for something, it may be that you need to soften up the edges a little bit to draw in that last pinnacle to give you this nine. It's like almost like these eight are scared of that one up there. And if you're reaching to be more successful, like let's say you are a boss, but the way that you interact with your team and with your crew, it's like you need to soften up a little bit, maybe to just be like a person. Like just show yourself as a person. I feel like sometimes, and especially depending, like if you have reached this nine of pentacles space because you had to stand so far above everybody else, if you had to be in that five of swords mode again, not saying that you was a dog eating other dogs, but if you had to put yourself that far above, it's like, okay, you're already there. Maybe relax your guard a little bit because I mean, people relate to people that they find relatable. And if you're leading a team, it works better when you're relatable. Now, the card backing this, the card that fell out when I was shuffling, is this Ten of Pentacles. So maybe you do have it all. Maybe you got it all. I remember there was a King of Pentacles that came out with the Queen of Pentacles and the Magician or whatever. And I was like, well, maybe this Queen of Pennies is manifesting somebody that already got pennies. You may be the person with the pennies that somebody else is manifesting. Maybe y'all manifesting each other and you already got the pennies, but this is somebody who, again, I feel like they would be able to benefit you in some way. I don't know. But that was the last pile last time. This is the last pile this time, even though the numbers are different. Um, but this Ten of Pentacles feels very lonely. Like so far, there's like you got the Ten of Pentacles and you got the Nine of Pentacles, and you got the Five of Swords. Now I don't know what's coming, but there are no cups on the table so far. Sometimes it's lonely at the top. I feel like this is the person who would be like, "It's so lonely at the top. I have everything that I can ever want and desire, but a worthy companion is nowhere to be found. And if only I had someone to share all this with. It doesn't matter if they don't have a penny themselves, because I've plenty of pennies for the both of us. More pennies than we'd ever want and need. It doesn't matter if they're broke, as long as I love them, then it's fine. And I will love you. If you're looking for love, I can give it to you. I'm right here. Let me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stopped. It's that energy. Um, the first card here is the Six of Swords. So you go from the Five of Swords to the Six of Swords. I feel like everything that I was just saying, maybe you realize and you recognize. It's time for me to show myself a little bit more friendly. It's time for me to open up a little bit because it's like I have everything that I could ever want and dream of, but I don't have people in my life or even friends that I can really have to sort of enjoy this with. I feel like this Six of Swords is more, it's like the Six of Swords is all about movement, sailing on the calmer waters, but the swords is the element of the mind. It's our thoughts, and it can be our actions as related to our thoughts. And I feel like this is about a sort of mental, like you worked as hard as you needed to reach this point that you have reached, but now it's time to sail away from something a little bit calmer. And I feel like, and again, and you like, not only is it a recognition of all of that stuff of like, I need to soften up, I need to show myself warm and approachable and friendly. Like I don't have to lose my drive to be warm and approachable and friendly. And I feel like that's something that you already know, and you're already in the space of mentally sort of navigating from one area to the other area. And so if that is you, I would say that, oh, I don't necessarily like saying this, but I would just say like be careful that you don't get taken advantage of. Be careful that you don't get used for your money or that you don't get used for what you have to offer. And I feel like you run the risk of that when you are more, it's almost an energy of desperation. And it's like you want to attract people who you can be friendly with and who you can engage in those more emotional sort of pursuits, right? The opposite of Aquarius is Leo. So maybe you've done the Aquarius thing and now you want a little bit more of a community, right? Now you want to party, now you want to have fun, you want friends, but you want friends who like you for you and who appreciate you for you and who don't just like want your stuff and who don't just want your money. And with the Six of Swords, maybe you're coming into this space of like, I don't necessarily care if they just want me for my money. I'm just glad to have friends. I'm glad to have people to do stuff with. And I got a lot of money. So it's not like I'm going to run out of money. So it doesn't matter if they only like me because of my money, because I always have money. Who is watching me? If anybody resonate with this and you watch me, it's something that you ain't telling me. And you ain't got to tell me. It's fine because I don't like you for your money. But if you want to give me some money, if you want to do some stuff together, I'm right here. I'm just playing. I'm kidding again. Um, but I feel like there's a way to attract friends from a space of genuine friendship, from genuine friendship, from genuine friendship. I don't know why I can't say genuine friendship. Maybe it's because somebody think I wouldn't be their friend if they had money, but I would. Because like even if people got money, I know plenty of people. I've met and come across plenty of people, especially going to Purdue University. I've come across plenty of people who have money and who had money, and I'm just like, if I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't care what you have or how much you have of it. I'm not the type of person to show myself friendly just because like I'm not really a user. And I have a friend who is a lot more well off than I am. And just because he's more well off than I am does not mean that I'm a kiss butt and that I'm gonna do whatever. It's like we're friends because I enjoy your company. We're not friends because of this and because of that. And sometimes he'll be like, well, what other friend do you have that'll do this? Or what other friend do you have that you've done that with? And I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, all of that stuff doesn't matter to me because what other friend do I have that I argue with as much as I argue with you? That's what's important to me. The cohesiveness of the relationship is what's important, not the stuff. And I feel like maybe it's been the case that a lot of times he's been friends with certain people because of like it's a very stuff versus stuff type of whatever. I don't care how much or how little I have, it is not about the stuff for me. Because if we don't gel, if I got too much water in my chart, I'm a Pisces. Like if the vibe ain't there, the vibe ain't there. Like stuff is just stuff. You know what the vibration of stuff is so low and so dense. You know why? Because it's here. You can feel it. You can touch it. Like, you know, the molecules of like rocks and houses and everything that we can touch and live on, like even if you excite that, it's not gonna vibrate too quickly because it's fixed. It's solid. Like, we still touch it. It ain't like water where you can it moves around you. It's like it's no, it's solid. If I put my hand against this camera, like my hand ain't going through the camera. It's still solid. Like it's all about the vibe. And I was like, you know what? Like, if I wanted stuff, I would have stuff. I can get stuff. I can manifest stuff. I don't need somebody else to get stuff. I am well beyond capable of getting stuff on my own. I am extremely capable, and I know that I'm capable. If I wanted stuff that bad, I would be like you. I'd be a robot. I'm sorry. I take it back. I take it back. This ain't about y'all. This ain't about y'all. Anyway, you just want to be careful that, like, if you're manifesting friends from the right space, you're going to manifest the right people. And there's also like use discernment. And it's like, it's okay to have friends of all different whatever. It's okay to have friends who appreciate you for all different kinds of whatever. But it's just like a recognition of that. It's like, it's okay if you have friends like that, but I would just hate for you to be in a space where you need somebody to talk to. And since it's not a party, since stuff isn't involved, then you don't have a friend there. I would hate for you to come to the realization that people only like you for the stuff that you give rather than having that knowledge and awareness up top. And it is possible to have friends. Maybe you had people who took advantage of you in the past and you're wanting more friends, but you're afraid of attracting more people who will take advantage of you. Know that it's possible to get people of all different levels of accumulation of stuff. It may be easier for you in the beginning to be friends with people who already have stuff because you know that they're not after you for your stuff, but it may be status, it may be something else. And let's say you go through a period of hardship where you lose your stuff for a minute and then all your friends gone because you ain't got stuff. You know what I mean? It isn't like one isn't necessarily better than the other, but it's just to be cognizant and aware of the mind space of the mindset that you're attracting friends from. Just know what you really think and know what you, and it's not to be blissfully unaware. And it's not for you to detach from the reality that there are people out there who will take advantage of people, but it's just for you to be cognizant of, like, depending on where you put your trust and where you put your faith, depending on what you think is most likely to happen, regardless of what you say, that is what you'll manifest in returns. Um, Second, the Ten of Swords. Oh my gosh, there are so many swords here. Ten of Pentacles, Ten of Swords. This may be someone who has been heartbroken and betrayed by people. Um, this is interesting. This almost feels like someone who this is like someone who was told maybe that that they would never amount to anything, someone who's always been belittled or thought of less than, and this is someone who went hardcore in, like, I'm gonna prove to you, I'm gonna prove to everybody that I can be successful, I can do this, and it's like, congratulations, you've achieved success, but it's lonely at the top, isn't it? When you can't trust anybody, when all you ever did was prove to people that, like, you're better than what they thought you were, and you needed to prove to other people so bad that you were better than what they said you were, that you adopted a mentality that you're better than everybody. And as long as you continue to hold that mentality, you may never find somebody who equals you, because you need to be better than them. You need to be better than everybody to work as hard as you work to get whatever you had. And it's like, you can release that now. It's like you've made it to your destination. Like, the Ten of Pentacles is back there, the Ten of Swords is right here. I feel like you can release it now. It speaks to the opening of new cycles, right? With this Ten of Swords, it's like you can let all of that go. Like, you can recognize that it motivated you this far. You can recognize how the other people holding you back and counting you out motivated you to do this. Maybe you're the type of person who, like, negative reinforcement works on and reverse psychology works for. But it's like, okay, you can release that now. You can let it go, because I feel like it's just gonna make it really, really hard for you to, like, open up to people and let people in. Um, and it may be because, like, maybe you've continued to manifest people who you needed to prove yourself against. Maybe you continue to manifest people who always told you, like, regardless of how high up the ladder you climbed, right? Maybe you would come across somebody else who would think that, like, oh, you were lucky to get this far, but you're not going to make it any higher. And then you're like, ha, watch me. And then you end up becoming their boss. And maybe now you're the CEO and you're getting more and more and more money. But it's like, I just feel like, you can stop trying to prove yourself now. It's like, who do you really need to prove yourself to? Like, you have everything. I feel like you have a lot of whatever people said you wouldn't have. You already got it. You've already proven that you're capable of it. You've already proven that you're worthy of it. Um, what am I talking about? I do so many of these, and I'm like, I'm gonna just keep going. I'm gonna just keep going. Either you have this. I feel like, I mean, with the Ten of Pentacles sort of back in this, I don't know if anybody is gonna pick this, because I'm reading this, and there are times when I'm like, I don't know who I'm reading for, and if anybody's even gonna see this. And I did a lot. I did like 4 piles and 3 cards in each pile twice. That's what, 24 different messages or 24 different flavors of a message. And it's like, somebody may come across this, so I'm gonna just keep going with it. So either I feel like you've already made it, because the Ten of Pentacles is already here. The Nine of Pentacles is your overall. But if you haven't made it, you have the ability to make it. But it's like, you always, like with the Five of Swords being here, regardless of where this falls, you always want to be aware of your mindset, because your mindset is great, maybe great for, especially with this Five of Swords, it's great for that dog eat dog mentality. but it's not great for, and this is the deck related to Saturn, and Saturn is all about karma. So, I mean, with this Ten of Swords, maybe you're the type of person that stepped on a lot of people to get to where you are. And hopefully, Saturn retrograde ain't gonna bring you like crashing down to the bottom. Especially like if you're the type of person that takes credit for somebody else's work or has taken credit for somebody else's work, Saturn may be coming to expose you and you may lose a lot. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. But I gotta say it just in case it resonate, I guess. Um, Saturn is time. So in a capitalistic society, Saturn is also money. I mean, it's Capricorn. Time is money. So I ain't gotta necessarily stretch too far for Saturn to also be money, but Venus is a lot of money as well. In Taurus, especially. And both Saturn and Venus are retrograde. So time and money are both retrograde right now. But there are still people making money as if the times ain't what the times are. There are people who are making more money because the times are what the times are. And again, that's another very advantageous energy. I just feel like right now is not the time to be taking advantage of people. I feel like if you're in a market where if you're in an essential market right now, it may be easy to make a lot of money. But at the same time, I feel like now is not the time to be taking advantage of people because Saturn can give it and Saturn can take it away. And Saturn already conjuncted Pluto once, is about to go conjunct Pluto again. Jupiter, the planet of good fortune, is retrograde, about to conjunct Pluto again. And Pluto don't care. Pluto is the realm of the dead. We when we in the ground, we all the same. It don't matter what we live like. Now, what does matter is like, are you going to be in the Elysian fields? Are you going to be in the space of Tartarus? Are you going to be in a sort of in between? Like you get sorted after you pass, but like they're all like souls to Pluto, right? Like the worms don't care when they put you in a box how much money you made. I guess the worms may be like, ooh, this person lived a good life. They taste extra yummy. Maybe, I don't know. um, but I mean, the worms that are there are there. It ain't like the worms gonna leave you alone because, I mean, maybe the worms will. The worms might be like, ooh, like we ain't trying to get sick. The worms, ooh, are you that bad? Where the worms are like, you are what you eat, and this person was terrible, so I'd rather not. Maybe you're pumped full of a lot of preservatives because you have the money. Let me stop. This could go either way. But I mean, with this Ten of Swords heartbreak, either this is like you sort of doing that because like that's what people did to you, or you are the type of person who took advantage of people to get to where you are. Either way, there's a reckoning coming, and it's not for you to be judge, jury, and or executioner. Um, so in the second case, I mean, there's nothing I have to say because if you stepped on people to get to where you are, karma rolls back around, and it is what it is. In the first case, if you're the type of person who was motivated by all of the people telling that you wouldn't be and that you can't be, I feel like it's time for you to let that go. I feel like it did a lot to get you to the point in space in life that you were supposed to get to. Right? If you're already at this Ten of Pentacles, you already got the Ten of Pentacles. It's like you can soften up now. I feel like that's going to be the overall. Like you can soften up now. I don't know what else to say for pile number two, so I'm gonna just keep it moving. I feel like y'all already got it. Oof, we got the world card. The world card. Have I gotten any majors? I got the hangman. Besides the hangman in the world, have I gotten any majors to clarify in one of these bottom three piles? I can't remember right now. I feel like I had to have. I feel like I had to have, but I don't remember. I can't remember. Besides the hangman in the world, like these are the two like majors I remember. Maybe I did. I feel like I had to have, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. With this world card, it's funny that you got the six of swords over here and then you got the world over here. I feel like a lot of times I'm doing this. It's like if you choose number one, it'll relate to number three, and then number two is just somewhere in the middle. Sometimes number two is its own thing completely. Um, but I feel like with this world card. By the way, I need to move a little bit. I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. I need to not do uploads that are so long at once. I was really gonna do all of these. I was prepared to be here for 8 hours, but I'll just take these out of the rotation and finish this up. So I'll finish it up tomorrow so I can start because I mean Venus goes direct in like a month, maybe sooner. Um, so I do want to finish these up. So tomorrow I'll finish these and then I'll do the rest. I'm not time stamping this. I forgot. With this world card though, the world card speaks to completion. So if you chose the world card and let's say you are a boss. You're the boss. You're the boss. You the dude up top. You the HBIC. You the HPIC, the head person in charge. Let's say you're the head person in charge. And let's say you are very well off and very not lonely. This I feel like this is a bit of a departure from the other two. In that like I feel like you're at the 9 of Pentacles. You're at the 10 of Pentacles, but you're also coming to a space where you can get the 10 of Cups. Because again, like with this 10 of Pentacles, with the 10 and the 9, you're well off, regardless of how well off you are. You're well off. I feel like you are well off. And there's a person who's recently come into your experience who you can see yourself with. I'm getting a very like cups, like with this world card, that completion, that's also giving you the 10 of Cups where you already have the 10 of Pentacles. The 10 of Pentacles is very, 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 very solid, very stable, very abundant, above and beyond abundant. But you run the risk without any cups of it can be empty. Very successful, very well off, very well to do, very on the outside you should be happy and you have everything, but if the cups aren't there, then it's lonely at the top, right? With this world card, I'm feeling like maybe you found a person who appreciates you for you. And I would say even with this stuff, but I would dare venture to say that this person appreciates you without the stuff, and to them the stuff is a nice bonus. But it's like the stuff is a nice bonus, but the stuff isn't a nice bonus because they're just so into you that like even without the stuff, like the stuff is so irrelevant to this person. It's like, yeah, the stuff is nice, but the stuff is so irrelevant that like the stuff is just stuff. And again, like the stuff is really nice, but it's like you more than anything. Like you're what this person wants. And I feel like more than anything, this person is what you want. And I feel like with this world card, there's a complementarity. It's bringing it all to completion. Like you already have the stuff, the journey of you acquiring the stuff, boom, complete, done. This could be your stuff. This can be inherited stuff. It don't matter. This could be stuff that you may not even have yet, but it's like, you like this is a step. This is could be stuff that you have in the pipeline to come, right? Like you already know the stuff is coming. Like the stuff is basically there. All you got to do is get the stuff because the 5 of Swords is here. All you got to do is get the stuff, but the stuff is already there. You know that the stuff is there. You're already at the 9 of Pentacles. You're already good. But I feel like you've met somebody or someone's come into your experience. It could be a person, it could be work that is fulfilling. Maybe you're switching lanes into something that is more fulfilling. Maybe you're actually doing something with your stuff that leads to fulfillment. You have this stuff. I feel like fulfillment is coming. And this is mutual fulfillment and it is very beautiful. So if you are worried at all, I feel like you don't gotta be. I feel like you aren't. I feel like you might be. It may be the case like you don't necessarily think that this person or this situation is taking advantage of you for your stuff or for your ability to get stuff, but I feel like it's just logical for that thought to be there. um There's this like there's a full energy behind this, but yeah, it's just a full energy. I was gonna say, but it's like it's a full energy, but it's also like not there. It's kind of there, but it's not there. There's like this fool and this hangman, maybe a fool and a two of swords, maybe a fool and a two of wands. What's the two of swords, the pentacles, the two of cups, and the two of like what are all the twos in one energy? The high priestess, because she's the queen too. Would it be justice because that's an 11 2? Justice. It would be justice. It's justice. There's a fool energy and a justice energy. And that's still a two because the fool a lot of times holds the space of the zero. So it adds no value. I don't want to say that. The fool doesn't change the energy of whatever it is in contact with because the fool is all of those energies before it expresses itself explicitly through that energy. The fool is the seed that can be anything before it becomes the plant that is the one through the 21, right? So it's not that the fool doesn't add value, but it's the fool already is everything before it decides that it wants to be that one thing and only that one thing. That's why the Fool is the card that journeys through the major arcana, being everything and incorporating everything, learning to be everything specifically and individually, but ultimately it is not just that one thing. So, anyway, there's this Fool energy and then there's this Justice energy. The Fool energy is that it's reasonable to question, like, does this person only want me for my money? Does this person only want me for this? Does this person only want me for that? There's something, if it's not your money, there's something physical that this person wants you for. Does this person only want me for my body? Am I smoking hot? Am I a howdy? You know what I mean? Physical. It's something physical. Maybe it ain't money. It's something physical, though. This is physical. I've never felt Pentacles as like somebody hot. Usually that's like a Queen of Wands type of feeling, but maybe you are like really, really, really hot and really attractive, and you're like, does this person only want me for my body? Maybe you're a model, and that's where you get your money from. I don't know. Anyway, it can be anything, but I feel like the fool in you is like, does this person only want me for this? Because it would make sense. But justice is like, no. And maybe there's this wheel of fortune coming in because the energy of justice is present. The energy of the fool is present. But justice, and again, the fool doesn't change the number because it's the zero. But the wheel of fortune being the 10 to bring that 11 justice to completion, to fruition, to get this 21 world card, the wheel of fortune is a turn in your favor. It's like, no, this person isn't that. This person is something completely unique and completely beautiful. And in fact, you already have all of this stuff. This fool who adds no value is bringing to you this wheel of fortune. This fool is the change coming into your life that will lead to even more, that will bring you into this whole new arena of abundance and fulfillment that lead to a feeling of major life completion. It's almost like the feeling of heaven on earth. There's almost this feeling of like, I have the stuff, I have the person, what more could I want? And it's not what more can you want? It is what will you now begin to do? You've already reached the goal of everything that you wanted to acquire in this lifetime. What now will you do with the rest of it? Oh, I love that question. I love that. I love that. Again, I don't know if anyone like because all of these are general, all of these are collective, right? And so it can be the case that I'm not necessarily picking up on the collective of people who will specifically see this or people who are like usually here. Not to say that, not to make any claims on anybody who comes into my experience because I don't know what y'all got going on in y'all lives, just like y'all don't necessarily know what I got going on in mine besides what I share. And I don't share everything. But sometimes it's just like purely collective energy. I don't know. I'm just like that right there, that blows my mind though. Because I'm just like, who is that? Because that is so just like it's almost like, you know, you reach the end early And instead of like getting bored and being like, well, what do I do now? I have everything I want. And I feel like this is not for you to get complacent. I feel like there's a lot of happiness, there's a lot of joy and a lot of abundance. And you probably could live the rest of your life vacationing and having a good time. But it's like, what do you do? What will you do with it? To whom much is given, much is expected. And I feel like there's beautiful work to be done. And I feel like whoever this fool is that has come into your experience, because again, it's like the fool is like the jack of all trades, right? That's why it's like, what are you like a master of? Like, click everything that you're a master of. And it's like the fool checks no boxes. And so a foolish person would look at the application of a fool and be like, you've checked no boxes. I have no use for you. A wise one will be able to see within the fool that he is not a master of any one thing, but he is proficient at everything. And sometimes having one person who is proficient at everything is better than having a master of one thing, or can also be better than having a team of masters in one thing. Because in a proficiency of everything comes a mastery of that thread that lies connected between it all. And so it's like you almost have this one person who, even though they don't master one thing, knows enough about so many things that they can bring things together in a way that nobody else could, because a master is so intently focused in their one thing that they don't necessarily see all of the different ways that it can be readapted, utilized, changed, fit to meet something else. They don't see the junction points between different things because they are so focused in that one thing. And even if you get a team of masters, it's like, again, each person is so focused on their one thing that they would argue that these two different things can't be met. Both people would argue, both masters would argue that there is no overlap between these two things. But the fool, the one who is proficient in many things, if not everything, but as a master of nothing, the fool would be able to see where they overlap and would be able to expand that single point on this. Like, if it's a Venn diagram, it's like you have two separate circles, but there's a little bit where they overlap. And the fool would be able to go in there and expand it. And when it expands it, it increases the realm of that overlap. And when you increase the realm of that overlap, you've just opened a pocket of limitless potential that has never been tapped into before. Because to the untrained eye, they're completely separate. But to the fool who checks the box of understanding or experiencing or experimenting or something like that, it's a non-box that the fool checks. And it's almost like a check this box if no others apply, right? So let's say like you have all of the skills listed out, and then you have a box for people to check if they can't check that they're a master of anything. And it's like, check this box if no others apply. Now, to some people, that check this box if no others apply could mean, okay, this person isn't proficient in anything, like they're useless. But to the trained eye, to the sage, to the one who is whatever that they are to this fool, because the world card is coming into major completion. And again, this fool may have a knowledge and awareness and an understanding of the connectedness of things that may not have worked in the previous world. Because with this world card, it's about closing out one world and entering a new world, a whole new world. Like Jasmine and Aladdin said, almost said Ariel, but her whole new world was the same world, just on the shore, which was a whole different world. Because honestly, she went on the land. It's different. Let me not do Ariel like that. It was a whole new world. Um, but it's like the fool can see things that worked in this world that wouldn't work in the past world. And to the trained eye, they would be able to see that in the fool. And they may not be able to explain it to anybody else. But with this Five of Swords, I feel like this Five of Swords is saying, even if no one else sees whatever this is in this fool, And again, it's like this person may think that they're foolish because they know what it looks like. They know what it would appear to be on the outside. But what other people don't see is how this fool can turn the wheel of fate. How this fool has the keys to the car whose wheels are those of fortune. Other people may not be able to see that, but you see it and you recognize it. And I feel like just like the fool doesn't like you for the physical things that you offer, I feel like so too, like, do you not like this fool just because of the power of fate that they possess? I don't know what this is, but this is powerful. This is the fool who's gone through the major arcana. This is the keeper. Like, this isn't the initiate, and I want to go into the SKT now. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna, because I'm gonna put all these away anyway. I'm gonna look and I'm gonna see what's already around the keeper. As it is, I'm not gonna change anything. At the top of the deck, I open the Wheel of Fortune right there. Wheel of Fortune right there. I love it. I want to see what's around this keeper, because this is the energy of the keeper. Oh, the Nine of Pentacles and the Nine. Oh no, that's the Seven. I'll take it back. I was going to say the Nine of Cups and the Nine of Pentacles are together. Where's this keeper? Because this is the energy of the keeper. And I feel like this is something that somebody recognizes within this person. But again, it's not the only reason why they like them. This is someone who is gifted beyond gifted. That's interesting. So around this fool is the dark horse and the ferryman. The dark horse and the ferryman, the Six of Swords and the Seven of Scepters. That's what the keeper sits between. The dark horse and this. To me, and again, as the keeper being the person who has the ability to turn the wheels of fate. And the wheels of fate are attached to the wheels of fortune. The wheels of fate are attached to just cycles in general. Cycles of fortune, cycles of everything. This is a very powerful energy. I love this. But you see this dark horse who operates in the space of the darkness, who is champion over everything in that space. And then you see this ferryman, Six of Swords. I feel like this keeper has the ability to move things from the unseen realm into the realm of the seen. And that is the power that they have over fate itself. It's the power to move things from that void space, from the space of darkness where everything is born and everything is created, and to translocate them into reality. Or to at least put them in a space where they can be grabbed. And I'm just gonna put these back in the middle of the deck. I'm not gonna do anything to this. But there's that Wheel of Fortune at the top of the deck, and at the bottom of the deck is the Six of Pentacles. And that Six of Swords was on the other side of the keeper. And then the Six of Swords is right here as well. I don't know. That's and again, like that's like some of these are so collective that it may be someone that I'll never know. It may be someone who'll never see this, especially when I do so many options. But maybe I know who that person is. Maybe I know who this fool is. But it's like, what do you do now? With all of that available to you, what do you do with it? What would you do with it? With great power comes great responsibility. Imagine the responsibility that comes with that power. Like, oh my gosh. Ugh. I don't know. That's so exciting, though. That's really exciting. And I feel like it's exciting for both people. All right. Well, I said I'm going to take these out of rotation. I'm going to eat my last bit of chocolate. A I'm gonna eat a pepper jack cheese stick when I'm done with this. I was in the store and I picked up some tangerines, and my mama was like, "Do you want some halos?" And I was like, "No, I don't want no halos. I already got these tangerines. I'll keep the tangerines." These tangerines are not that sweet. They're a little like not bitter, not sour, but they're not that great. I should have got the halos. I should have listened to my mama and got the halos. And it's funny I said I should have got the halos because I picked 3.3, and in pile 3 there was a halo in every single in every card, or in every pile there's at least one card with a halo on it. And so even though I didn't choose the halos in the store that day, I chose the halos today. That's what's really important. I don't know. I'm sorry. I am going to pull one final message, though, from both of these decks because I've already shuffled them anyway. So, wow, I don't know. I don't know who that is. But like I said, it's like, we're all sort of in this fog, all in this shroud of mystery, all in this place of uncertainty, in this forest of life. And there are some people who are going to navigate through the forest before other people. And those people will be those who become masters. I think I only said that part the first time. But the people who manage to navigate through in these times where everything is shut down, where everything is kind of sort of dark and unknown, and even the things that were known may be coming into a space of change, because it's almost like no person is allowed to know anything in this space. And it's not that they're not allowed to know, but it's almost the space of anything and everything that's subjected to change. But it's those who are trusting and who are really connected that deeply. And it's not even necessary. It's like Ace of Cups in the World card at the cut. Okay. It's just, I don't know. This is a time where there are some who will rise to stand above others. And it's not about some people being on a space above other people. It's just simply what is deserved. Because whatever happens in this space, it is earned. I feel like it's like many are chosen, but few are called, or whatever. Many are called, but few are chosen. It's not who was chosen. It's not who was called. I mean, it is, but it's whatever happens in this space, it is earned. It is earned in this space. Whatever happens, and the potentiality coming out of this is immense. And why is this one card face down? It was the Chariot, and the Chariot and the Tower are here. These are my birth cards. The Chariot and the Tower. I've been seeing the Chariot and the Tower so many times together. Maybe it's like, these are the times for which you were born. Maybe not, but because those are my birth cards. I've been seeing them together all over the place. And every time I'm like, oh, those are my birth cards, the Tower and the Chariot. Maybe I should start paying attention to what is going on when they come out. Me pay attention? What? Really? But anyway, interesting times, powerful times. Those who come forward in the moments of the darkest night will be, of course, those who bear the brightest of lights. Light bearers. Hmm. That's interesting. When you think something is one thing, but then it turns out to be something completely different. And you're like, wait, what? I don't know. It's just such a great time for us to connect to ourselves and to be led in this space where everything is subjected to change, when not quite constant or known. Ooh, the Six of Wands and the Four of Wands. Love that energy. This will be the last shuffle. I'll give this a cut into 3 or 4. I'm gonna split these up, and then I'll just do the for the Kawaii Tarot. I don't take a final message because I gotta split them in half. And so you can choose left deck or right deck. I'm gonna let these sit here for a second. I'm gonna shuffle up the Pride Tarot, get a final message from them, even though I already put it away. And then I'm gonna shut this down, and I'll be, I guess, on for 5 hours tomorrow to do Jupiter and Pluto. But Saturn, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Saturn ends on a message like that. Because it's like, maybe that's, oh, the Five of Pentacles. Ew, I don't like that. What's that about? Five of Pentacles with, oh, okay. I was like, ew, Five of Pentacles. Oh, what's that about? Five of Pentacles, but at the bottom of the deck is this transformation, is that death card. So, Five of Pentacles no more. Five of Pentacles no longer. I do want to give this a few shuffles. But it is interesting, right? Cut into the Devil and the King of Cups. Ooh, y'all know them. Some of them cups people be lacking their liquids. And then there's that Devil card right there. He will keep you bound to the liquids. Ooh, but now the Six of Swords is coming out, so you ain't got to be bound to that Devil no more. You can move forward. I'm going to cut this one more time. Let's see if the Six of Swords made it or if the Devil made it. The Six of Swords and the title card. Boom. May not know what you're selling to, but you're getting there. Love that. What was I talking about? Saturn being the planet of responsibility. Interesting that it comes in this time. The planet of responsibility is retrograde. So it's almost, in some ways, maybe, possibly, potentially, making it harder for folks to make the responsible choices or to do the responsible thing. I don't know. Saturn can also be a planet that brings great gifts, as it is the planet of great responsibilities. But Saturn is Saturn. So Saturn ain't bringing everybody great gifts. Saturn may not be bringing anybody great gifts. Saturn is what, like, oh, I don't want to say old God, but like Old Testament God, how like basically everybody went to hell, right? And then in the New Testament, Jesus came because somebody was like, all right, God, well, like everybody going to hell though? Like everybody? Like ain't nobody going to heaven? And so then God was like, all right, fine. I'll send Jesus down there. Jesus is gonna live life. Jesus is gonna be my only begotten son. Jesus is gonna go down there. Jesus is gonna live his life. And then Jesus will be presented with the choice. Now, either you can die for their sins, or you can choose to not die for their sins. Now, people say that since I'm up here, I don't know what it's like down there. They say, oh God, you don't know what it's like. Like, it's so hard down there on earth. It's so hard down there. It's so hard. And God is like, it can't be that hard. Right and wrong, you got a brain, you can make a choice. But like, it's not that simple. It's not that easy. It ain't like sometimes, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, okay, fine. I'll send Jesus down there. And Jesus can live his life and he can choose to die for them or not die for them. And we'll see. It'll be his choice. And so Jesus came down here. He lived his life. He went through it. He had Judas's on him. People that he thought he can trust, but he knew he couldn't trust. But people that he thought he could trust that ended up betraying him. Other folks lied on him, talked about him, tried to put him on the cross. And he was like, even though they doing me like this, that's what Jesus said. Even though they doing me like this, I'll still die for them. Because it is hard down here. Jesus is basically like, it is hard. It ain't just talk, it is hard. So he was like, you know what? Okay, fine. So Jesus died for our sins. So now God takes into account how hard it is to be down here. right? I don't know why I'm going to. Oh, because Saturn is like old God. Saturn is like New Old Testament God, where before Jesus, and Saturn is like no, because Saturn can give gifts. Saturn can bring a gift. It's karma. It's responsibility, and for those who are responsible, then they get great power. Um, For those who show themselves responsible, much power is given. With great power comes great responsibility. For those who are greatly responsible, great power is given. Is bestowed. I like the word bestowed more than given. For those who are greatly responsible, great power is bestowed, rightfully bestowed. And so Saturn ain't the one that you can pull the wool over the eyes of. And that's why every Saturn return, he gets you right. He gets you right. He or she. I don't know what's that. Some people, I think I've heard somebody say Saturn is a feminine energy lately, or somebody said she for Saturn. I don't know if Saturn is a female or a male. It don't matter. Saturn gets you right either way. It don't matter. But hey, if you're greatly responsible, then expect at least a little bit of power maybe to be given. All right. I don't know why I went into all that, but I'm gonna give this the last cut. The Three of Wands and the Four of Swords. I see the Three of Wands so much on this deck. Okay. Give me one final message from the Pride Tarot, please. One final message from the Pride Tarot, please. Ooh, that's a lot of cards, but I will take them. Bottom of the deck is the Two of Wands, which is about the crossroads. The Two of Wands in this deck is two people who used to work together, but now they seeing things in two different ways. They have the same idea at the top. They got the same idea, but two different ways of going about it. Now, the cards that came out. Six of Pentacles. I cannot escape this King of Swords. The King of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles, King of Swords, King of Pentacles, and the Empress. And the Empress. Six of Pentacles, King of Swords, King of Pentacles, and the Empress. This is an understanding of the reciprocity. Reciprocity is the word that I want, but I don't like how it sounds. This is the understanding of the reciprocal nature of the universe. And to be in charge of one's thoughts is to be in charge of one's and to be in charge of one's thoughts is to be in charge of one's experiences, and that's what leads to this ultimate Empress energy. The person who is in charge of what they manifest, and the person who manifests purely things that they want and desire, but it's to be in charge of the mental plane, because this is an understanding of the link between thoughts and things. And with two kings, it's about expressing the ability to do whatever with that, to come out of this Two of Wands sort of space. It's like there's one way you can go about it, and there's another way you can go about it, and you have both of the kings on the same page with that Empress. And if both of the kings ain't on the same page, it's gonna be less Empress-y than whatever. Oh no! I forgot I had tea. I got a whole thing. It's all cold. I could have had this with my chocolate. And I got the good tea today. And it's just been sitting here. I've been on here for 5 hours almost. I made this before I even went live. Obviously, right? Well, not obviously, because I did get up at one point, but it's strawberry hibiscus today. I've been doing a lot of the mint, and I was like, you know what? Today feels like a strawberry hibiscus day. And then I forgot it. I still enjoy it when it's cold, though, so it ain't that tragic. It ain't that sad. It ain't that tragic. I just overreact sometimes. Overreact. It's an overreact. What, giving birth and dropping eggs? Excuse me. Bottom of the deck. On the left side of the Quiet Tarot, if you chose left, is the Fool with the white rose rising up out of that crown. The top of the deck is the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups and that Fool. And number 0, for the people who ain't believe me, number 0, the Fool. That is awesome. Cutting to the magician with that Ace of Cups. And I do that because it gets much easier to put these cards back in the box if I do it not all at once, especially with one of these. I can't remember which one is harder to get all the cards in, but if I separate them, it gets, oh my gosh, I almost dropped it. If I separate them, I don't have to fight with the box as much. So it requires a little bit more effort, but I save much more time in the long run because, the box will win. The right deck is, oh, well, here's the Queen of Wands, and the card on the bottom just went on the floor. So two cards actually went on the floor. And after I just counted all of these cards to make sure I have every single one, more cards want to slide out onto the floor. It's fine. So bottom of the deck is that Queen of Wands. Top of the deck is the Hanged Man. And the two cards that fell on the table are the Page of Swords and the Queen of Swords. So under the Queen of Wands is the Page of Swords and the Queen of Swords. Someone is going from a page to a queen, backed by that Queen of Wands. I feel like, and then cut into that Death card with this Hangman, 12 and 13. I feel like that is symbolic, of someone who now is beginning to recognize the truth of what they desire. Maybe before it was a desire that they have or had that they wanted to actively not indulge in, but in them accepting that desire, however it's connected, they go from being a Page of Swords to the Queen of Swords. And maybe the acceptance of maybe it's like something that they felt before they understood the logic of it. And so because they didn't understand the logic of it, they prevented themselves from fully acting on that desire. But not no more. Not no more. The Queen of Swords is gonna come in like, hey, I want you. And I know you want me. So let's not mince words and let's just get down to business, as they said in that Mulan song. And I am going to shuffle up and get a final message from the SKT since I did reference it. Actually, no, I'm only doing that because I want to play with it. I'm going to actually end this. I'm going to go try to make my beans and rice because I've been wanting beans and rice for days and I haven't made it yet. And today is as good of a day as any to make this beans and rice. So I'm gonna shut this video down. Thank you, Mimi, for coming in. It was a blast. Thank anyone who watches this. I hope that you found something that resonated for your situation. This is a period of time where, at least when it comes to Saturn, a lot of things are retrograde. And so a lot of things may not necessarily shift and move in this period of time if you are trying to do something drastic. But if you've already set yourself up to experience drastic shifts and drastic changes in your experience, if you already had it queued up before everything decided to go retrograde, then I feel like this could be a period of time in which a lot of it comes into fruition, comes into your experience, because you had it already here. And it's almost like in this space of timelessness, with Saturn being retrograde, especially timelessness, but in this space where everything is sort of still, then it's almost like the roads are clear for a lot of the bigger things that we've been manifesting to come in, because the roads are clear. Nobody's on the road, right? So it's like the highways are clear. We can ignore the speed limit somewhat. Somewhat. The speed limits are negligible because there's no one on the highway. And as long as it's a straight shot, you can go as fast as you want. It's very Autobahn vibes, right? Isn't it the Autobahn, that place where it's a very straight shot road with no speed limit because it's a straight shot, right? Now, if you're taking a twist or a turn, you may want to slow down a little so you don't wipe out and spill, as if it were a skateboard or whatever board. Um, but there's a difference. There's a difference between drastic, complete changes and shifts in your experience because that's what you had yourself queued up for, and expecting drastic and complete changes in your experience because of things that you didn't have yourself queued up for, but that you decide you want to do now. The moment of decision has already passed. Now, that's not to say again, and who am I? Who am I to make any kind of grand declarations? Um, but it's not to say that things won't. It's not to discourage anyone from making any choices that they could have made before, that they knew they should have made before. That's I like that a lot better. It's not what you could have done; it's what you know you should have done before. And again, it's like the heart space and the mind space are what is really being looked at and evaluated and judged right now. So your actions may not have necessarily aligned up with the space that you are aligning yourself to. Because again, it's like your actions are important and your actions do matter, and decisions are important and decisions matter. But I feel like what is most being evaluated right now is your heart space and your mind space before everything happened. And again, it's what you were aligning yourself to, because those are the spaces that you mostly manifest from anyway, right? Your heart and your mind. Your heart more so than your mind, but your mind is also a key part of it, the equation. So again, it's like not to discourage anyone from doing anything good right now, but it's like if you want to wait until now to start doing your manifestation affirmations and whatever, whatever, like I wouldn't necessarily queue anything up right now and expect it to be delivered. Just like Amazon. If you order something right now, it may not arrive for a month, regardless of if you have Amazon Prime or not, because they're prioritizing right now. Things are being prioritized right now. And if you ordered it before, you're probably still going to get it. It's like they're honoring fulfillment requests from before. Yes, but if you order it now, expect delays. And again, it's not to keep you from ordering, it's just know to expect delays. Because if you're ordering right now and you already had yourself queued up for something different, it's like don't get discouraged if it's not coming immediately. Continue to do whatever you know you needed to do in the past, but just know expect delays. And when you're expecting delays, then it's like, okay, I know that this isn't necessarily going to give me an immediate payback result, but I'm going to keep doing it anyway because I know that it's going to come in, right? Ultimately, we should be being good for goodness sake, but we're people, we're human, and sometimes we need a little bit of incentive to motivate our doing of the good instead of the bad. Just know that we are in a space of delay right now. And so if now you're trying to order something, if now you're trying to switch up and change up the game, just expect like keep changing the game, keep switching it up, but expect delays. And if you're the person that needs instant gratification to continue to do something, then again, I encourage you to try or not try. I encourage you to switch it up. But if you need instant gratification, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want somebody to be like disappointed. And again, this is just how I'm feeling it. I could be wrong. I always, always, always leave myself open to stand corrected and to be wrong because I don't know everything. And regardless of the things that I do feel or that I do know or that I have an understanding of, the systems are so infinitely complex that again, like anyway. Anyway, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Take it as it resonates. I hope this finds you well. Have a good whatever, whenever you find this. And I'll probably see y'all in the space of tomorrow if you're with me real time. Or if you watch this on the day it's uploaded. I'll probably more than likely see y'all tomorrow to finish up the SKT for the Pluto side of retrograde and the Wild Unknown for the Jupiter side of the retrograde. And again, there was a loose intention of these being related to the retrogrades because these are the cards that I'm using for the retrograde. So as I do this, I'm taking them out of rotation. And again, I'm doing this to make sure I have all my cards, number one, because I keep finding cards from decks and I'm like, I didn't even know that was incomplete. And to clear anything that these cards would have said before, right? So, and I did use them last night. So I'm going to make sure I set these aside and I don't touch them because I do want these to be as whatever for whatever. It's all about preparation. We don't know why we prepare in the ways that we prepare. It's just for us to prepare in the ways that we feel led to prepare. So that's why I'm doing it this way. And for me personally, I was talking to my girl on the phone yesterday, and what I'm learning right now is that I don't always have to explain myself. And there are so many times when I'm trying to get to a message that I see in the card, and I'm trying to explain why this certain card gave me this certain message, and then I lose the message while I'm trying to explain. So explanation is something I'm not doing anymore, because ultimately at the end of the day, either you're gonna watch it and it's gonna resonate, or you ain't gonna watch it and it ain't gonna resonate. And I ain't gotta try to explain everything, because when I do, I lose what I'm talking about. I can already, it's not that I struggle, I don't want to say I struggle, I already have enough of a time getting to everything, because it's like some, like, I don't know, it's like sometimes things come at the speed of a thought, and I got a lot of thoughts and a lot of things that are connected to other things to help me see things the way that I need to see them. I think and I operate in metaphors. My Mercury and my Sun are in Pisces. My Mercury is in the 12th house in Pisces. So I think and I operate in metaphors and connection. And that's how I do stuff. So anyway, I'm gonna shut this down here. I'm gonna make me some beans and rice. Maybe eat a little bit more chocolate later. Honestly, today it is whatever I feel like. I'm feeling more energized. It's my last rest day. I'm gonna make sure I get some more sleep and I get some more calories in me, because maybe my body need it to keep functioning and moving and doing whatever.